city would go on for another 4 years, and every day its people would watch as the ruins of a buried civilization rose out of the familiar streets. As they watched, many of them must have wondered, who were these people who once lived on the land beneath our feet? How had they built such phenomenal construction of such incredible craftsmanship? And how could such a large and advanced society simply disappear beneath the earth?
Because they sinned by following the wrong false god Marduk, and they got blew up by nuclear weapons, according to the story I heard. How you doing, Kat? What's up, Heather? How y'all doing? Listening to some dry version archaeology style of the Aztec. I'll argue with the guy all day.
And you're listening to the Fall of Civilization podcast.
But I like listening to this shit because it gives you good information too.
Rose to glory.
Even though he gives it to you in like archaeology form, we know it's a little deeper than that.
What did they have in common? What led to their fall? And what did it feel like to be a person alive at the time who witnessed the end of their world? In this episode, I want to look at one of history's most incredible stories. That's the rise and the dramatic fall of the Aztec Empire. I want to explore how the Aztecs overcame the odds to create one of the America's largest indigenous empires. I want to explore how they reacted to one of the most astonishing and terrifying.
I didn't see Lee today. What's he doing?
Any
God damn it, Lee.
Experience. And I want to tell the story to cause the dramatic.
The crystal brain? No, I'm not even gonna go there. I'm not. Not even gonna go there. I think Lee's sold out.
Up until around 66 million years ago, the planet Earth was a very different place to the world we know today. In those days, its surface was home to enormous reptiles.
Motion everything, field of fine, still legit. But I don't even want to go to Lee's channel anymore.
If we could walk across the continent in those days, we would see a landscape.
I know everything Lee does. I said you guys don't learn.
With enormous primeval pine forest.
I don't know why though. I'm gonna have to start fucking doing some shit because fucking he's
an enormous dinosaur.
He's a fucking goddamn. They're doing this on purpose.
In the forest, fearsome packs.
They don't want people knowing the truth, and they throw fucking shit like this at me for fucking people that were legit.
But it's in the sky that perhaps the most impressive of these creatures we see.
How much does it cost to buy out one scientific leap? You know, that's
it had wingspans of over 50
fucking the question here.
Larger than a modern fighter plane.
What's up, Sean? How you doing?
Because of their enormous size, they rarely landed and spent most of their lives.
Well, that's nice.
I'm rising off the sea, making migratory journeys back and forth across the Atlantic Ocean, which was then only about half the distance across. And then one day, a new star appeared in the sky. It would have been dim at first, but as the days went by, it got brighter. Only a day or two would have passed before this light would look like a second sun. Then, a blinding flash would have lit the skies of the entire Western Hemisphere.
I dug out my 3-hole by doing what I tell people never to do.
An asteroid measuring.
Don't dig your bowl out with metal pieces unless you know a guy. I can fix it.
Impact with
God.
The right
Dang
on the coast.
Oh well.
Mexico. The energy.
Now I got a 2-hole. One of them's big.
100 million megatons, or the equivalent of
It'll
the
still
entire
work.
world.
Maybe I can find my marijuana.
Oh,
there it is.
About 15,000 times over. The Earth's surface
Yeah,
around the
I know.
was of
I just I gotta figure out something to do about Lee.
Lee.
You're killing me.
The asteroid itself
He took down half his
instantly
fucking
vaporized
content.
and sublimed into a core of superheated plasma over 10,000 degrees centigrade, or twice the
I just don't like
temperature of the
using
sun.
people that seem to be compromised.
Scorching
Like
winds of more than
I
1,000 kilometers
I used
an
to
hour
use Tattooed
blasted
Monkey,
out
but
over
he
the
fucking
continent,
openly
and
admittedly got
tsunamis of up to
compromised.
200 meters high thundered into
I
the
ain't
coast
fucking with him no
and
more.
washed over the land for distances of kilometers.
He's like, you're this German fucking with me. And the next thing you know, he took down all of his fucking content and shit and started fucking turning his shit around. I'm the only one with some of that footage in existence that came from Tattooed Monkey.
For years.
And Lee now.
In parts of the earth,
what the fuck? My tax dollars. My tax dollars.
Would not survive this event.
Going in these motherfuckers' pockets to shut them up. That's fucked up. People would do that to other human beings for money.
As well as that enormous flying creature, Quetzalcoatl.
Fucking horrible.
Over half of the plant species in North America were wiped out. And for years afterwards, only mushrooms and other fungi grow.
Mushrooms! Oh.
The world's forest.
Yes.
Only small land animals, like snakes, lizards, and snails.
In a hard time financially, too. I ain't heard no complaints about that recently.
Crawling among the dust and ash of the world's ruin were also the small rat-sized mammal is ultimately descended. Today, the enormous circle of the impact crater can still be detected around.
Have you seen my older videos? I was in a fucking state of
the crater is 150 kilometers wide.
Insane fucking shit myself there for a while. Starting to talk to Mother Earth. Yeah, I believe you're probably
over the next 60 million years.
Sounds about right.
The Earth would undergo some dramatic changes.
Mama's pushing. Mama's pushing big today.
Had already been drifting away.
A lot of entanglement. So I'd expect laggy. Laggy. Oh yeah, baby. High fuckery on this one. That's the way we like it. Ain't nothing changed from yesterday, just a little bit more. So yeah, expect buffers.
From Morocco to New York. Or from
my shit's been acting fucked up all day too.
But now the world was split into two great landmasses. One known as Afro-Eurasia.
It might be my end, I don't know.
And the other known as the Americas. Driven by the powerful currents of molten
someone's Wi-Fi is getting fucked up though.
The Earth's crust tears apart in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. Meanwhile, the North and South American all about the fingernails grow. Since the time of the Chicxulub asteroid, the width of the Atlantic Ocean has grown by about 1,300 kilometers. The west coast of the Americas, from Alaska to California, down the coast of Mexico, through Colombia, Peru, and Chile,
right now,
are the cutting edge of that continental plate. As they forge west, they force the Pacific Ocean floor down beneath them, crumpling as they go, forcing up huge ranges like the Rocky Mountains in North America and the Andes in the south. The titanic forces involved in this process mean the whole length of the continental coast is a hotspot for earthquakes and for volcanoes.
Yeah, Joe.
The landscape of what is today Mexico is volcanoes. In the south of the a range known as the Trans-Mexican Volcanic Belt has burst up over the last 20 million years, forming a dramatic range of snow-capped peaks.
Little pretty pattern.
Between these mountains, a highland plateau was formed, where solidified lava flows
has no butthole,
over one.
So he can't fart.
Today, this is known as the Valley of Mexico. The Valley of Mexico is a dramatic landscape.
Oh, wait a minute, that's not what they say, is it?
Sits at an altitude of over
What's up, Pollyanna?
While the active volcanoes that form its walls and saw
a very pretty elephant. What I like about it the best is
the land here is fertile.
it changed color.
Plentiful.
And then you can really
Waves and
see
meltwater
if you put something dark in there,
flow down the side of the valley,
you know, siphon it in that little hole
gathering
without the butthole.
the basin in an enormous lake.
Motherfucker, or put something dark, put it in a dark background. Bam!
Lake
You can
Texcoco
see everything really clear.
It was
at
about
that point.
40 kilometers in width and about 80 kilometers in length. Bordered by marshland of reeds, rushes.
Well,
in winter, migratory birds from as far as Canada.
I guess you can't really see him sitting. He's
to
sitting.
enjoy the warmer weather.
That's how he sits.
In the 66 million years since the Chicxulub asteroid, the small rat-like
he wants a
creatures
bong.
survived had also undergone a few changes. By this time, they had transformed, generation by generation, as gradually
those are good for you.
Continent.
There's a bong.
Variety of mammals.
He's just a little baby bong.
America, about 3.5 million years. And in time,
no, he doesn't. He got wings. That's a motherfucking dragon. It ain't an elephant.
Spreading from there,
he got the eye of Sauron and shit up in there.
Landmass.
On both sides.
Animals crossed in
he's looking at you.
Giant Columbian mammoths, creatures weighing full of marijuana, walked from Asia into the Americas, spread down far as southern Mexico.
We won't be making anything that extravagant today.
Sea levels dropped.
But those are fun to make.
It began around 33,000 years ago. During this time,
DK.
A land bridge emerged between the continents of Asia and the Americas, and humans used this bridge to follow where the mammoths
go, Polly,
crossing from Asia into the Americas. They traveled south from there, setting up Stone Age.
That's my little baby dragon.
Wherever they went.
I made Donna one that looks kind of like that, but it's bigger. I figure she still got it. It looked really fucking cute sitting next to her bigger
around this
one.
time, the horse went extinct in America due to a combination of changing climate, collapsing ecosystems.
I made some ribbon glass last night.
Food. And then around 10 years
ago,
the last ice age came to an end. Sea levels rose, and the land bridge between Asia and the Americas sank back.
That'll go inside glass and all that clear disappears.
Horses would never return by natural means to the Americas.
And all you see is just a bunch of woven glass inside of glass. It's a little optical trick.
In the future, they would meet again. And this is the story of how that happened. The earliest humans in the Valley of Mexico were hunter-gatherers. They found vast herds.
Still looking for overalls.
The
Those things are not easy to find. You gotta go to a fucking like a feed store or some shit to get them.
Today, the earth of the valley is still littered.
No, they don't have a Halloween store here.
Agriculture began around the lake about 7,000 years ago, with humans following the natural pattern.
You have a piece of ribbon glass from 55? Keep that thing wrapped up. It's soft glass. That's probably expensive by now. It wasn't expensive back then.
By the year 1200 BC, a number of large villages began to rise around the valley. To the north, the land was tough and arid. And if you traveled far enough, you'd reach the baking desert of Chihuahua, northern Mexico. Life in the desert was hard, and so over history, countless migrating tribes.
I wish I could remember which fucking.
South, the Valley of Mexico, where water was plentiful and food.
I wonder if this guy's going to tell us the same thing as Graham Hancock. Graham Hancock went into when the Aztecs got invaded by the Europeans. He's all like, when the Europeans came over and they had them German wolfhounds clad in armor, fucking running into, they didn't know what to do. He said, now granted, the Aztecs had dogs. They were Chihuahuas, mostly for food stock. Oh my God, I almost shit myself. I said, Chico, get me a cookbook from Aztec World. Anyway, oh my God, that reminded me of the desert of Chihuahua. He thought, I was like, oh shit, the scorching desert. We're gonna have some fried Chihuahua. Oh shit. So yeah, that's a little joke I use a lot with Seamus. Like, oh, you want to have dinner? Let's cook Chico, fucking Aztec style, baby. Put him on a spit.
So while young cities began to rise
He
up,
doesn't like the idea. I don't know.
Wave after wave of new coming people also arrived. The population of the valley swelled, cultures intermingled, and more complicated forms of society began to take shape. In the early centuries of the first millennium, the valley began to be home to some.
This is called. He just put these out like a couple hours ago.
Rise to unprecedented size.
Clash of Worlds.
This city was called Teotihuacan.
Part 1 and 2.
We've encountered Teotihuacan.
So I wanted to see what it was.
In our third episode on the mind.
I know some of you guys think he's boring. I do too. I argue with him all day. But I wouldn't have known about the scorching hot desert of Chihuahua if I had
obsidian that could be found nowhere else.
I'm just kidding.
Its influence spread far.
That's Graham Hancock. It's his fault. He told me.
Has an enormous influence in the region. But we know virtually nothing.
I just can't let go of it. Funny as hell. I'm like, oh, poor Chico. I couldn't eat Chico.
That around the year 5,
I couldn't even eat my chickens when they died. I buried them.
All its temples.
Don't judge me. I couldn't even eat my chickens. I ate their eggs like a motherfucker, though, man, for a couple years while they was alive.
But its cultural influence would live on.
They like little puppy dogs, too. Little chicken following you around for something to eat.
As the ancient Greeks did for Europeans.
Same with your ducks. She buried them, too. Yeah, it's a sad day when your pets die.
If Teotihuacan then the Romans of this region were
the Aztecs are not my first thought.
After the collapse of Teotihuacan and the fall of the Mayan cities in the south, the Toltec Empire was the dominant force in Central America, ruling from the city of Tula. Just as Rome openly admired the culture of the Greeks, the Toltecs modeled themselves on the great fallen empire of Teotihuacan.
Yeah, once you put a name to the face, man, it's over. You ain't eating that shit.
Become the dominant language, the region. And it's clear they were outstanding.
Yeah, I'm making chicken soup. I can eat someone else's chicken. Man, it never had a name.
So famed that in Nahuatl, the word Toltec would come to be used simply to mean artist.
my chickens
for reasons that we don't
was my little pets. Like I put little diapers on them and bring them in the house in the winter.
And the
little feet are so small, I can just imagine them fucking freezing off their legs, you know what I mean? Like, fuck that. I ain't gonna let my chickens die out there. It's fucking too cold. A little bit of straw. Fuck that, man. I got a big old Tupperware box. I fucking put all 4 of them in there, put the little lid on. Had big old holes cut in it. They can put their heads out of the box and look around.
The word Aztec is not a word those people would have used themselves. It's a later invention.
Kevin, little motherfucker.
They would have called themselves Mexica. And we actually have a wide variety of sources to draw from, many of them written by Mexica people who actually witnessed life before contact with Europeans. But one problem for historians is that these eyewitness accounts were all written after contact, and most several decades after the event. One of the main sources for these years was the work of the Spanish church who some have called the first ornithologist.
Yeah, I was thinking about plastic, but I said,
He
fuck it. I
arrived
just
in
got
Mexico
a cart.
in the year
Little tough.
1521
I had chicken
and
tup in
spent
my
the next
Tupperware.
50 years learning the language, Nahuatl,
I
as
thought that
well as
was.
studying culture and history.
I can
of
let
its
them run
indigenous
around. We can play with the chickens in the house.
In the 1550s, 30 years after contact, he gathered together as many older Mexican people as he could find. Who
You know,
still
all summer
remembered
long,
the
man,
old
they'd follow me around. Fucking, I'd give them little food and shit, and give them pets because they wanted love. Little chicken scratches, tying their ears. They love that shit. God dang it. I ain't really that soft that I pet a chicken behind the ears. I'm just kidding.
Is known as the Florentine Code.
No, I'm not.
Consisting of
I love my chickens. I used to work outdoors, and in the night, in the morning, I'd be done and have a whole fucking pile of moss that had come to my flame. Boop, 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 all night long, man. I'd feed it to my little chickens every morning. They'd be so happy to see me come out. I've put up. I've actually helped build the facilities in Paramount down there in Florida. The chicken for Purdue, one of their fucking factories down there making chickens, cutting their heads off. I was putting sheet metal up in there, getting it all ready to go. They stink. You got them hydraulic scissors. Snip, 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 snip. It's over quick. I think it's more humane than what they do to cows. You know?
The people he interviewed were remembering events many years.
I was up in Jacksonville.
How much they were telling the Harpoon, what they thought one year. This all complicates the reliable. Another key character recording experience.
I've been to Lakeland. I've been all over Florida. Yes, I was up in Jacksonville.
Most of whom never learned indigenous language. He was raised from an early
I was
age
married
by
there.
servants
Boy, that was fun.
and grew up affluent.
Never gonna do that one again.
The history of Indies. But he died without the bankruptcy of the public, since he faced fierce criticism during his life for what.
Yeah, it was a relining of the factory or some shit. We had to tear down all the old walls and put up new stainless because they had fucked it all up over the years.
Also wrote down Fernando de Alba
Tyson.
He was descended from the last king, the Aztec city of Coco, and although far removed from the events described, he some Aztec books that have been kept secret European.
Tyson's a big company. They're all over the damn place, killing chickens.
Potentially flawed, fragmented. As a result, trying to find out the truth of this theory.
Well, someone eats my meat? Well,
reflection.
May I rot in their belly and give them food poisoning, man.
Combining these accounts with archaeological evidence does allow us.
Yeah, I don't know. Guess what we meant to be. I was raised for food. Moo. I'm lucky them lizards didn't eat me the other day. Fucking 6 years ago when it punched me in the face.
Our story begins around the year 1300. And by this time,
maybe they threw me back because I'm too skinny. I didn't have enough meat on my bones or something. I don't know.
The vast ruins of Teotihuacan.
Oh, right now I'd be tough as nails. Fucking tastes like shit, probably, man.
Yeah. The dozens of small villages were late. Like I
said, they threw me back.
Each one had a set of full pyramids.
I was young back then. They was like, "Oh, this one stinks." We should just throw him back.
Crisscross the lake.
Yes, I've been in Smyrna Beach. I've been all over the place. I lived in Key West, down by out past Rat Key, about 300 yards on a cabin cruiser once.
They ruled from the city of aztekz.
I lived in West Palm. I blew at Daddy Blue's Hippie Palace out there. If you know Lester. What's up, Deborah? How you doing? I blew custom glass at Lester's place. Taught a few people how to blow glass out there.
With a new band, Ride. These are what the people here call chichimet, a word that in Nahuatl means barbarian or savage, and it was usually applied to the group of wandering nomads.
Well, I took a couple chicken thighs and made some soup yesterday. We'll probably eat it for 4 days on 2 chicken butts.
But which no one else
If I'm eating meat, I try to make it stretch.
They said they'd been wandering in the desert for years.
I don't like just sitting and eating fucking 1,000 wings a night or some shit. You know, a lot of people do that.
But today we called them by a name.
I'd rather have a breast that went with the thigh. Deep fry that bitch. Or make another pot of soup of it.
We can imagine how these weary.
No, I slept real good.
They crested the hills.
I've already been up and running all over the place. I do a good broccoli and cheese soup too. That's pretty damn good. Ain't no meat in it at all. Expensive as fuck to make.
And they must have thought that surely somewhere in this bountiful place they could find a place for home.
I like potato soup.
But they were soon to be disappointed. The steady flow of people migrating south into the valley had increased the population.
Nice. I got a bunch of broccoli and
virtually all of the land.
Cauliflowers this week too. I ain't decided what I'm gonna do with it yet.
City dwellers stepped away. Part of the reason that the Mexica seemed to have been right, but they didn't wear the embroidered clothes of city dwellers or have any of their sophisticated manners. And their years of fighting to survive in the wilderness made them tough.
I'm cold, Mira. I don't do well under 70 degrees. It's around 50. It's much warmer than it has been, though. Thank God. Jeez. It was freaking cold. Last few days. Anywho, I don't like it down in the teens. That's bullshit. Yes. I got this at the thrift store. Somebody was hand crocheting them last year. And I like blue. I was like, oh, fuck, that's nice. I got Seamus a red one. He got a little ball on his old tradition. I was like, I'm going to skip the ball. Florida. Well, that's a good place to do it. It's going to get washed through here pretty soon. I'd be getting out of there. Personally, that's just me, though. Especially West Coast. And I say that, and some of my friends just moved there to Pensacola, and I was like, you're in the worst fucking spot ever, right? And then they had, what, a 3.5 quake there or some shit like that? I was like, what the fuck? Just recently, right there in Pensacola, they had a quake. And they slept through it. I was like, okay, cool. As long as you ain't hurt. I called them up. I was like, yeah, fuck happened there? So I don't know. Like, well, at least you're good. Florida ain't built for that shit. They built for hurricanes. Not earthquakes. I wanted to see if their house had fallen in. I slept right through it.
The Mexica named this settlement after one of their legends.
Oh my God, yeah. It was time to get out of there.
A man.
Fuck a whole bunch of Chicago.
So this place.
I lived there too, Great Lakes Training Center. Hated it. Yeah, I love broccoli and cauliflower and cheese. Good stuff.
From those original few huts. The Mexica soon used up
French
all
onion
the
sounds
space
good
on the
too.
island. But with their population growing, they would need to come up with solutions.
It is nice for the elderly, but it's going to suck for the elderly here real soon, Yvonne.
They would paddle out.
The same thing's happening to all the west coasts of the world, not just California, when we start hitting them breaks. So I hope you're at least on the East Coast. You get it less. I don't know what that's going to look like. Miami's already flooding out. You know, the floods have started again, they say. I saw something about that a couple weeks ago in Miami. I was like, yeah, it's not a surprise because water's coming up from the mantle as she heats. It's not so much just the ice caps. I mean, we've got 3 times the water underneath us than we do on top already. That's an official thing.
Which were raised at night. The east, the great expanse of the lake stretched out. Although on a clear day,
what's that, Minnesota?
Just about sea of the shore and the city of Coco.
That's cold.
Was surrounded by island gardens.
Oh, you're home beachside. Uh-oh.
The Mexica built these by weaving together sticks, reeds, and fences, which were then filled in with fertile earth.
Well, is it just you, Yvonne? Because, I mean, look, I'm pretty sure you could attain meekness and rise over anything, like human nature. You might want to try starting to practice. Like, seriously.
Carrying sprouted plants, tools, bringing back crops fast. Since the number of mountain springs fed Lake Coco, its water has unusually high salt.
Ah, nice. Have you spoken to these cats? Have you given them what we found? Just out of curiosity? Because, oh, wow. If we can connect that shit. Them guys meditate. Yeah, and this is human nature. If you understand it and know it, then you can tap it if you know how to do it. It ain't going to take no meditation. It's human nature to speak this way, to do these things. So I'm really wanting to catch up with some of these gurus now. I'm ready. I'm ready to teach a guru their heart and where their real power is coming from. Because it's all electromagnetic. Some of them think it's coming from here. Some of them think it's coming from their crotch area. Man, if you actually know what's happening, it could advance this whole thing. Good night, Miller. You could be there, but no talking. I'll bet you they'd talk to me. I'd walk right in there and touch his heart. Because I'll bet you they have a clue about that.
The Mexica also supplement their diet with other sources.
Oh.
Among these were several species, including one they called aztekz, kind of fly. Another Spanish writer, Fernando.
Who, the Buddhists? Yeah, well, not bought necessarily.
Described as the Aztecs.
But murdered out and bought, yeah, much like everybody else, Cat. But it's what we allow, see? And that's why I've been trying to teach everybody. I mean, the war's ugly. Let's do this before it gets ugly and start fucking waking people up to what's going on. Because I've been fighting this fucking little bit of shit, being nice about it. And I think everybody else has. If we see fucking people doing wrong, report the fucking shit. Don't just accept it that there's trolls online. Get fucking rid of them. And band together on it. If you're having troll problems, let us know, man. This is fucking bullshit. We need to start fucking waking up the human race or we're all in fucking deep shit. This is war. Our other side over here has been fucking fighting this war for fucking how many passings? Not just generations, how many passings has this bloodline held? It needs to stop now. we have the means to do so and the knowledge. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, you really need to go look at some of my older videos because I've given you the enemy.
With this abundance of available food and ingenious farming techniques, population boomed. Space. It grew in the space of only a century until it housed at least 200,000 people, larger than either London or Paris at the time. In fact, it was likely larger than any city in Europe.
Very cloudy. Yeah, it's been pretty cloudy here too.
3 kilometers each side. And this rapid
Every now and again, you get a peek at it from over here. Hopefully, my skies will clear up again. It was pretty cloudy last night. Last I saw it, it was about 9 o'clock on the face and heading down in about 2 hours. So it'll probably end up about the same place, about 10 o'clock. I figure for when you see it rise, it's usually about 4 o'clock. A good figuring is 180, so it's going to be about at 10:30 by set until it's full. After it's full, we'll see more of it after we've come around the south, and that motherfucker's going to be up around 2 o'clock. Like I keep saying, it's been a little bit of a pattern all the way through, and we keep shifting. So that pattern rolls around the whole face of the moon. You can see that in all the footage that I've gotten from like 16, 17, 19, and 20. That fucking Tycho's around the entire scope of the moon. That's why sometimes, like last year, I was pointing out the Big Dipper was upside down at rise, and it righted itself eventually, and then turned upside down later. It is the way of the things that I have no. I just watch the patterns.
So that today still see the remains of the previous version.
At some point this summer, we started tilting again at rise instead of rising like this. That was weird. The shadow took a 45-degree bank, and that's where we've been now. And like I said, it's going from 4 to 10, and then after the full moon, we see more of it, and it rolls to about 2 o'clock on the face. Have a good night, Yvonne, or a good day.
It had botanical gardens, even a zoo, animals. Two innovations of Spanish visitors.
Shit.
Since they had seen nothing.
Okay.
Europe. Drinking alcohol was strictly forbidden in society. Punishment for being found drunk in public was severe and could even result in death. Although it's clear that many people did it.
So, Kat, is Shep having a show today or what? What's going on? He hadn't had anything recently. He's still working on that show, I imagine, on the movie. Is he going live, though, anytime? He's a lot more entertaining than our archaeologist friend here.
By the mosquito for recreation, especially for whom they respond.
Computer issues. Uh-oh. Yeah, not a surprise, Kat.
It's just one example in which the effect.
God dang it. I know there's financiers behind it that, you know, I mean, he said this much and he'd appreciate financial help. Well, I understand that parameter, but it should have been kept quiet until it was done. I wish it was, but it wasn't. He might be getting trouble, a lot of it, like EMP attacks. I've been very concerned for him since he left my home. They've tried to kill me, Kat. I ain't kidding. I was up front about this with everybody. I hope he's okay. What the hell? What the hell's up with Bethany?
Market was like full of trust. The Aztec love Britain was true right at Mark and Single. The name law changed you up. Some examples of the Aztec Britain provide. We can listen to some now. I'll leave a full gap in the answer in case you want to pause. Try to figure it out. Now, but amid moving life in the city, there was also a dark side, which would have been immediately apparent to anyone. You were a tradesman riding in the market and road. It would be hard to ignore the vast pyramid rising in the district. One tried blue, another red. The blue shrine is dedicated to the god Malon, whose name meant wine. He was the god of rain, fertility, the god of life. Other gods the Aztecs worshipped, who as mythical god time and famous Quetzalcoatl.
Not many people can make me speechless, Cat.
The great red temple was dedicated to a very particular god. On the sacred path steps, stones would start by cascading streams of dry blood. The culture of the Mexica had changed dramatically over the last century, but they still held on to some aspects of their rough beginning. Among these was the continued reverence for the fearsome hummingbird god, Huitzilopochtli, the god of the sun, the god of war and sacrifice. The Aztecs believed that Huitzilopochtli took the form of the sun and everyday chased his siblings, the moon and stars across the sky. They believed that if you ran out of the energy needed to chase, the world would end. There was only one way to fight with that. In the Aztec view, every living being had a fragment of the sun lodged in their heart. They believed this is why the body gave off warmth and life. They believed that cutting out the heart of the sacrificial subject and burning it in offering to the approach gave him the energy he needed. For the purpose of these sacrifices, the Aztecs bred several animals, including dogs, eagles, jaguars, and deer. And of course, they are most famous for the sacrifice of humans. Humans were sacrificed for religious purposes in various societies throughout America. In Mexican society, this was done in a wide variety of ways, depending on which festival was being celebrated. But the most common was for a sacrificial victim to be brought to the top of one of the pyramids and held down on a stone slab. A priest would then take a sharp dagger made of the black glass scissors, which formed a cutting edge sharper than surgical steel. They would plunge this dagger into the chest, cut through the diaphragm, and remove the heart. Human hearts are powered by their own set of self-driving muscles, and so would continue to beat for as long as the supply of blood remains vital, sometimes for as much as 10 minutes after being removed from the body. These still pulsating hearts were placed in a mold and burned, allowing their energy to return. Meanwhile, the lifeless body left behind on Earth was thrown down the steps of the pyramid, where they were dismembered and fed to the animals. Some ceremonies also involve elements of cannibalism. It's impossible to know to what extent this grisly practice before contact with human beings. A number of factors complicate the question. The first is that the practice
He says she's going to be okay.
used by the Spanish as
So
well as their justification for the colonization.
keep her in your prayers anyway, because if she's in the hospital, she's not okay.
The machines themselves may have also exaggerated.
Look, I just did War with Five Eyes of One this week with their biggest disinformation program and discovered fucking unified field. It's not a theory in quantum physics. They don't want this information out, you know.
We've never found any evidence of the kinds of mass.
Be careful, everybody. You get it out there.
So we're left guessing.
The more it's out there, the less they can do about it. Get it out there. Tell them. There's thousands now. Make it millions. Please. We're in war, and it's not always pretty. I've had a lot of people upset with me getting upset over Daza. But do you know how many people that field rotation has misled throughout the years? You know what I mean? Tens of thousands of souls believe field rotation is causing our moon to do a cartwheel every night because of this one lie that we just defeated this week. What's up, Cosmic? Get it out there, folks. Please. For humanity. I'm trying. You're going to get made fun of, and if you do, let us know who, because it's not okay for them to pick on anybody. I've been going up and down John's shit reporting. For every time I see over 30 comments, I know somebody's in there fucking being a dickhead. And sure enough, there's probably two of them ganging up on people, is what I'm finding. Don't let that happen to our friends, please. Just because they're looking at the moon. That's insane. These parameters have already been decided on. It's from 6 o'clock to 9 o'clock. It should never leave in the northern hemisphere, and it's rising at 4 o'clock. That's pretty fucking odd to begin with. Although that's not the argument here, it rises past 9 o'clock too. Every night by set. And all these trolls are running around saying, "Oh, I got a picture and it's normal." I'm like, because you can't follow instructions? I thought you were an astronomer. I said at moon set. And they think I know what Tycho crater is. They don't know what time it is. Fuck. But it needs to end. We need to end this. And so far, he ain't put out shit recently. People are seeing it upside down, for God's sake. You're seeing it upside down, so are they. They're seeing it upside down there, too. I knew this would happen. The closer it gets to the full moon, the more people will see it upside down. Simple. I honestly, I really meant, I don't know if that motherfucker was working for truth or not, because he just hung field rotation up to dry. This has been the biggest problem of mine for 7 years. D5, Unser, and all them motherfuckers throw field rotation at everybody. And it's like, no. See, here's what Daza says about that, and he's your cameraman. What you got going on, kiddo? Where you gonna take it? What you gonna do with it? Huh? Your entire self? Your little butthole too? You gonna clean that shit? Use soap. And do something about that hair. And don't use all my hot water. Use every drop. Well, you usually do. 3-hour shower, boy. 3 million. I give you permission to take my shower. You take that motherfucker all day. Be all like, "Oh, I love my shower." Oh my God. Boy, you need to get a job, pay a gas bill. Hey, a bath is a bath. I ain't running for 3 hours. I can't help it. I fell asleep. I'm getting old. I woke up pretty. It was fucking cold when I woke up. I fell asleep. The bath water was hot. And I woke up. I was a goosebump and a prune all at the same time. It was ugly. He's telling the truth. I don't like getting out. It's cold at all. Have you ever done that, Cosmic? It sucks. I was tired and I went into the bath, man. In my little rosy crystals and shit. I was smelling good. I fell asleep. What you gonna do? When you get old, you just take a spontaneous nap. I don't even think I took a hit off of my bowl that day. He would turn this booming of power empire and a military force that would eventually dominate. EMP tech, huh? Fuck this computer up. And his name was it. What? Not a surprise. For fuck's sake, it's not a surprise. Little is known about the early life of Victor. His name meant obsidian surface, and it would prove fitting character. Itzcoatl was a noble in the court of the Mexican king, Chimalpopoca was his nephew. Cosmic, I haven't accepted a friend request. This young king had a kind heart. At least 3 months. A certain degree of strength. I keep telling people that. At this time, the Tapanek people still ruled the Valley of Mexico. And Tenochtitlan, like the rest of the you can reach me on Messenger, and my page is public. I don't want to end up yelling at you, because I will. I will. Right where the 3 great causeways. And then you'll probably end up getting unfriended anyways. You'll be all butthurt. See? That's how it works. I unfriended like fucking God. I'm still unfriended. I'm just killing my list. I think John's probably going to end up being my only friend left on my Facebook friend list. I'm so sorry. But I just don't go over there for that. I actually go over there to post shit up in DOD and Donnie and NASA and religious websites, any fucking odd controller web page I can get into. I'm sending up red flags, like talking about how Donnie's complicit in mass murder and shit. And that puts a red flag on it when you do something like that on a presidential website. And I always leave a nice little link because I know at some point a human being has to look at my content just to make sure I'm not making any threats. See? And then we're affecting a human being inside there like a little fucking cog. All of a sudden it becomes a wrench. That's what I've been doing for the last 3 months. And while I'm over there, I don't want to look at cat pictures. I don't want to look at Albers. I don't want to look at all that. So I've been traditionally yelling at people. Although I stopped that and I just started unfriending them. I just unfriend them as I see them on Facebook now. With a regime of targeted assassination, any king standing in their way is soon likely to find men seeking talent with obsidian daggers, ready to cut the throat of the flat. The invasion of the Tefnek army followed. I don't have any old videos. I've just got. You know what you need to do is go to my video page. Angry Catfish over there. Hit older first. There they are. I know my list says I have like 400 videos. I don't. I took down 350 some videos because the biggest complaint I got was you got too many videos. I had a bunch of live casts and downloads over there that I removed. Everything but my educational videos and activity on YouTube. This here is my work channel. This is where the live casts will be from now on. What's left over there is what's needed. So I'd suggest looking from bottom to top, and it won't let you miss one. So forget the playlist. Play all. That's all I got for you. Because they're there. They're there. I go looking at all the time to make videos out of my own content. Because some of it is the only content left online. Like I said, Tattooed Monkey got fucking compromised and took that black hole footage down. You don't have that shit on his own channel anymore. He went to mass model again. Typical what we're given. And I'm all like, no. Hello, Wolverines. Thank you, Kat. Yeah, I enjoy blowing it. Says I get into it sometimes. Just get into that zone and gotta create something. Young man went entering the ancient king waddled his feather skin, sitting beside but raging war. You should be able to see all those videos. Some of them don't work. Some of them have been taken down from other people. I haven't even looked at them in a while myself. You talking about the Grumpy Moose ones. Now, see, the problem with those They cycled out after a while because it was a continued loop that would come through hour by hour by hour. And it was a 24-hour loop that fed through that camera. The only thing left in that camera is the last 24 hours on it, and it was a full moon. I didn't know how to record my screen at that point in time. I had no idea how to do that, and it was hard as fuck getting people to do it for me. But occasionally, you'll see a couple of good ones in there of that grumpy moose, and you'd be like, "Oh my god!" Now you can see it'll, and all of them pretty much, the diamond and art, and they interact and roll all day long, and the one at night does also. But there's not too many videos of it. It's terrible how people will be compromised. I agree.
I don't know exactly when it's meant, but I like to think maybe during this time. Perhaps they wondered much like local. What's the news in the
oh yeah, they had to close that shit.
They may have walked around
it was a beautiful fucking station. I couldn't believe I'd run into it. I was like, oh my god, look at this. Fucking MRI on a camera. I was like, no way, no wonder we're seeing all this fucking spectrum come out of this thing. That it was an aha moment when I went to the actual weather station and looked at the parameters on the camera and what kind of equipment it had. I didn't realize they could do that. Found out, didn't I?
In the year 1426, the old king finally died.
I honestly, I had no idea what the fuck I was doing back then. I had just got online. I was like a 3-year-old. And nobody ever taught me anything to this day, except for John. He gave me that screen recorder that I use. I was using my cell phone in my earlier videos, recording my screen. That's all I had. I was like, man, I need to record some of this shit. That's all I had. So that's how I did it. And it looks grainy and crappy, but just deal with it. It's the information on there that's good. And I'll tell you very discreetly, or very discretely, I ain't your fucking video maker. If somebody can fucking make these better than me, please fucking do. I'm just laying out the information. This is what I do, and this is how I do it. This isn't for entertainment value at all. Fuck, I didn't even know I was working on the damn unified field. That's a bonus, right? I know, shoot, now we do. That's what I said. I mean, we've got the information now. It needs to be given as much as we can to everybody we can.
He was lying asleep when a fan strange
it's always been them controlling the situation. Guess what? There's already enough of us awake that we can take back control because we know who we are, and by nature we will be human. And oh boy, they didn't like that, but we've got the same fate for them. They can be human too. And when people figure this out and see it for themselves, like you have, ain't nobody here be believing me. Shouldn't be. I won't have it. You know what you believe about me? I'm a fucking asshole. Watch. It's this one thing you can believe about me. I'm a fucking asshole and I don't give a fuck. I've made a video. I don't give a fuck. You should refer to that one. Most of it's actually just me laughing. Watching this while I'm on. It's pretty self-evident what's going on here. You know? So I don't give a fuck what anybody says. This is going down. With or without me, with or without you. And I suggest jumping on board because this is who we are. This is why we were made. But these are all the questions humans have asked for since I was alive. Why are we here? Why are we made? Are we made? Are we designed? Or are we just fucking from a puddle of goo? Well, all those answers have been fucking clearly, definitively fucking answered. All of them. We were created by design. All of this is by design. It's not a fucking coincidence. Everything's by clockwork and beautiful. It's fucking amazing what we can do. It's unlimited. And it's us that limits it. It's really a big revelation. And I'm telling you, it's up to us to get it out there. They ain't going to give it to people freely. You know what we got is their end goal written in stone, right? Did you see them stones that they wrote up? 500,000 or 500 million? I don't care. It's a lot less than what the fuck there is now. I think it was 500 million. We gonna accept that? I'm not. Beautiful skies. And I don't know why people don't look up more, Cat. If they did, if they looked up as much as they claim they do, this wouldn't be such a hard thing. I'd be fighting people off, be like, nah, man, it's fuck, chill. It's like I gotta go chase these people down. If they're confused, they're like, why my moon turned upside down? Well, here, take this flashlight and ball. You tell me. Because I'm not going to tell you. I'll just show you my working model. Scientific method is what? Observe, make a working model, pass it on to your peer. This is all I'm doing. Scientific method. You guys observe, make a fucking model. And we can compare notes. That's how it goes in the real world, in the grown-up world. But when you're dealing with fucking people that won't address the situation and fucking want to just keep going and going and going and going and insulting your own perception of what's going on, I mean, fucking Tycho Crater's pretty obvious on the moon. It's a big white fucking spot by the bunny ass. Oh my god. Too busy looking at their phones. Yeah. Well, here's the funny thing too. You can look at Stellarium. Stellarium actually shows it every night like it's normal. But Stellarium shows you what your fucking sky is doing. So of course it's going to show you the fucking moon flipping. Daz has used Stellarium against me so many times. He's like, look, Stellarium shows it. It's just field rotation. Stellarium. Here I am on Stellarium. It's going to show you how it should normally roll. Because of field rotation for 7 fucking years with planes flying by people's face. Oh my god. It's over. See, tens of thousands of souls are still fooled by this. Get it out. Field rotation's done. It shouldn't be doing 180 degrees. It should never leave from this zone, aka Dazza the fucking cameraman and dictionary and every other fucking observation in the world. And when it's up here and over here, that's abnormal. When it's all the way around over here, that's abnormal. The only place it should go is right in here, this little square box where Tycho belongs for a seasonal tilt and occasional nightly roll. Simple as that. It's very steady. It's always been very steady. Never has there been okay for Bisbane off fucking Australia to have a northern hemisphere view of the fucking moon. Now that is fucking laughable. I can't believe he even made that. I almost fell down. So I've been using it with the trolls. I said, wait a minute. I just asked you to fucking look at the moon. This guy's telling you it's okay for Bisbane, Australia to have a northern hemisphere view, and you're over here yelling at me. Fuck. That's actually comical.
And rose through the ranks of the royal court, become the chief advisor.
One of the biggest responses has been, "Oh, this is really going on." Yeah. Swear to God, it's really going on. It's the craziest thing I ever saw. You don't think I was blown away? Fuck, man. I hit my knees. I was like, oh my God. It's 10 years ago. I fucking had 10 years to deal with it. Get over it, the shock. I've seen crazier things now. We watched fucking Orion rise right here and roll out that way. June, July, August, September, October now. Of course, now we should be seeing it. June, July, August, we shouldn't have. A bit of May, maybe. It should have been on the other side of the sun. And it wasn't. At night, we should have been looking away from it. But we weren't. That was weirder than the moon flipping to me. Oh, fuck. So I almost wish I had told you guys so we could have got more pictures of it. It don't matter. We know what we saw. I just don't want to be wrong and say some stupid shit like that and then be wrong. But it continued through the summer, so right about the end of the period where it shouldn't be in the sky, I wanted to let everybody know what was going on. I mean, like, it still shouldn't have been in the sky like that when I was making the apology to you for not sharing why I was harping on look at Orion every night. I need some fucking witnesses for this shit because it's fucking going down. On one side of the lake, that's how and it did. Also. And then we ended up with 2 foot dead corn. I mean, and people tell, well, wouldn't the seasons change? I think the corn noticed. I think it's a corn. I've never seen that in my life. I've seen shitty harvests. I've seen shitty harvests get mowed over by fucking shitty weather. But I've never seen 2 foot fucking dead corn. Just a boop, 2 foot fucking die and go brown. I've never seen it. For miles and miles and miles and miles and miles, thousands of fucking miles of fucking dead 2 foot fucking corn that farmers aren't even putting their fucking fuel in to harvest. They're leaving it in the field. It's crazy. They'll tow it under in the spring. If the cows don't eat it this winter, they're releasing cows into the fields just to eat the fucking corn around here. Hopefully that'll get them through the winter. Most of it, I'm sure, was for them anyways. I think it was the GMO crops that failed miserably, and I think it was engineered to do so. Because there is some healthy corn going on, and it seems to be people corn. That's cool. The fucking cows ain't got no fucking food coming in this year. Neither do the birds or the ducks, or if you got your fucking... Jason's out there hand feeding squirrels in his fucking yard and shit. These animals are hungry. If you can, help them out. Throw out your breads and stuff. Feed your animals. They're going crazy. They're flying into the snow this year. The birds are flying into the snow. I'm concerned about them. We don't need no poisons no more, TK. We got a magnet world we can build and rebuild. We're gonna have to rebuild for sure. This world's gone. I'm convinced there's gonna be like 3 buildings left standing. The same 3 that are in Giza right now. Maybe the ones over there where they carved them all out of the rock, the fucking Temple Rosa or whatever that is, and those ones. pyramids down there. They'll be okay.
Other states.
I wouldn't want to be around one though. They seem to be like a spark magnet to me, man. They might be like a spark plug once she starts getting going. I don't know. I ain't never seen this shit before. I'm just looking at it being like, what are you guys really there for? What are you gonna do?
When the king is struck or dying,
I think it's a little more than what I've figured out yet, but I got a pretty good idea. I think those things are gonna light up like fucking Christmas bulbs. We built them for a reason. They destroyed them for a reason, but there's still some in China that should work. They're covered up with dirt, and that ain't gonna fucking insulate them from mama being awake and Ra's energy.
And it was the warlike, domineering side that was coming out.
Nice, TK. Yeah, I do too. I'll throw out scraps of food, but not paper. I'll litter food. Go down the freeway, throw out that fucking shit from McDonald's. If you can call it food, it's kind of bread.
Aztec army marched the land.
Yeah, I grab a sandwich all the time from McDonald's on the road. When I take a long road trip to Denver or something, I'll get up about halfway there, grab me one of their $3 beef meal deals, eat about half of it, toss the rest of the birds on the side of the road over there. Fuck this. This is nasty. But I always roll down the passenger window and throw it out that side. You don't want a fucking bird in the highway. You just fuck this day up. Thought about that too. I'm like, why would you throw your food out that way? And birds gonna end up in the highway after it. I've seen people do that.
The historian Inga describes following manner.
Yeah, we take our soups out. Shit, I'll spread the beans out in the yard and fucking you'll see flocks of birds down there eating that shit.
The administration.
They ain't getting no soup for about 3 or 4 days though. Oh god, my chicken soup smells so good too. Yeah, I tasted it this morning. I was like, oh, this shit's ready. The noodles are damn near dissolved into the soup itself. I put some rice in there too to beef it up.
Each messenger would run those 4 kilometers and then pass on the message to the next runner. In this way, messages pass the whole length of the empire in only a matter of days.
Well, I've
The Aztecs didn't rule.
actually, TK.
Their soldiers, tax collectors.
I've seen several cows in the fucking road out here in the middle of fucking cow patties that didn't belong there. That motherfucker wanted hit bad. I didn't want. He was playing with my bumper. But I saw him coming. Cows ain't fast.
They would tell you that the Aztecs.
I was like, what the fuck is this? This fucking cow wants to play with my car. He's a little baby cow. He didn't know what the hell was going on. But yeah, I fucking honked the horn, drug him up, fucking up to the rancher. I saw the rancher up there, fucking honked the horn all the way up. It was mooing the cow.
The Aztecs surrounded and
I've had a lot of weird things happen to me on Highway 71. Oh shit, I've had to slide her sideways because of Bambi too, man, coming out in the fucking woods. Boof! Right onto the fucking road and bouncing right in front of my bumper. I'm like, oh fuck! Oh wow, yeah. Animals are exciting when you're driving sometimes, especially at night. But I saw the cow in the daytime. It was like early morning. I was heading heading north on the 71, man. That motherfucking cow standing right in the middle of the road. What the fuck? I started slowing down. He started walking towards me like, hey, he's starting to play with. I thought he was going to eat my car. Fucking mad cow attack and shit. I was like, what the fuck is this cow doing? He thinks my car's mama.
Nahuatl flower and poetic.
Oh,
In Aztec poems, warriors are often said to die what they call flower with death.
DM.
That is, no.
Yeah, it sucks when you fall asleep driving shit.
If a warrior died in battle,
Kill
they were
people.
believed
If you're tired, pull over.
among what the Aztecs
First time I go,
called
I'm like, oh, wait a minute, hey, I'm
that is, they may become part
getting
of the
tired.
world.
Time to pull over.
As this piece,
Get
as
your fucking air.
poet, yeah.
Yeah, it's better to arrive late than dead.
He makes the world live. Powers
Good night, time. Good night, cat.
Roll his strength. It revolves around us. Here,
It's about time for me to get to work too.
there, breaks out on the face. The chieftain shines, spins, gyrates with flowery death in reward.
Flowery
Fear
death.
not, my heart. On the plain
He's
I
excited.
covet death by the obsidian night. All that our hearts desire is death. The flower wars were highly theatrical and would have looked something like a Mardi Gras parade. The Mexica war bands dressed in their most extravagant and brightly colored clothes, the jaguar warriors in their mottled skins, the eagle warriors in their bright feathers, all carrying brightly colored shields hung with feathers and embroidered with heraldic symbols, the flapping of orange cloaks and red hats, some wearing masks, tassels, jangling bells. But all this color shouldn't fool you. The stakes in the flower wars were still very real. Warriors would have carried spears, obsidian daggers, and a weapon known as a macahuitl, roughly equivalent to a sword. These looked something like a cricket bat, but with the edge ringed with shards of obsidian glass. As with most Aztec warfare, the point wasn't to kill, but to capture prisoners for sacrifice. After a flower war, the skulls of executed prisoners were displayed as grisly trophies on enormous racks in the city of Tenochtitlan, some of which have been uncovered by archaeology. The largest ever found covered at the main temple and contained over 650 skulls. The Tlaxcalans led a pretty miserable existence. They were starved and impoverished and forced to participate in this ritual slaughter of their citizens. Unsurprisingly, this gave them a bitter hatred for the Aztecs, and this ultimately is where the seed of the whole empire's collapse would be sown. The Aztecs had risen to power in the first place because the Tepanec Empire was so hated around the valley. The Tepanec cruel regime meant that in the end, no one was willing to fight alongside them, and their allies were easily convinced to turn against them. History would later show that the Aztecs should have learned this lesson. When the shadowy advisor Tlacaelel passed away peacefully at the age of 90, he died a happy man. The year was 1407. The island city of Tenochtitlan was now the beating heart of an empire that stretched from the Atlantic to the Pacific Ocean. It governed the lives of as many as 6 million people and was on course to become the greatest empire that the continent has ever seen. But in little over 30 years, this whole society would come crashing down. That's because they would soon encounter another power that would outmatch them in military force, in ruthlessness, and at times in cruelty. Only 30 years or so after the death of Tlacaelel, the chronicles in the Florentine Codex record that once again over Mexico, a mysterious light appeared in the sky. It was a comet of dazzling brilliance, and as the days went on, it grew brighter.
10 years before the arrival of the Spaniards, an omen first appeared in the sky, like a flame or tongue of fire, like the light of dawn. It appeared to be throwing off sparks and seemed to pierce the sky. It was wide at the bottom and narrow at the top. It looked as though it reached the very middle of the sky, its very heart and center. It showed itself off to the east. When it came out at midnight, it appeared like the dawn.
Although no one could have guessed it, this light in the sky was a harbinger of the end of the Aztec age. As we saw earlier, during the low sea levels of the last ice age, a land bridge existed from Asia that Stone Age humans used to cross into the Americas. But as sea levels rose from about 16,000 years ago, that bridge was swallowed up by the waves. Humanity was now separated into two vast populations, one on each of the world's two great land masses. And although neither of them knew it, the separation of the continents was the starting pistol in a race for their very survival. At some point in the future, these two populations would meet, and the developments they made during the intervening 16,000 years would determine which of them would survive that encounter. For a number of reasons, the people who settled in the smaller landmass, the continents of the Americas, were at an inherent disadvantage. There are a lot of factors at play here. This is a hotly contested subject that people feel understandably emotional about. But for me, the most obvious and first point to make is that the people of the Americas have simply arrived in their land later than other humans. We evolved as a species in Africa between 300 and 200,000 years ago, and in the last 60,000 years began to migrate out of Africa and on to the rest of the world. We reached southern Asia by about 50,000 years ago, China by 40,000 years ago, and most of Europe by 30,000 years ago. This means that humans had already settled virtually the whole Afro-Eurasian landmass for tens of thousands of years before they ever set foot in the Americas. All that time they spent growing their population and steadily making the incredibly slow transition from hunter-gatherers to part-time farmers, and then from part-time to full-time farmers. Their settlements grew until the early cradles of civilization, like the Indus Valley, Egypt, and Mesopotamia, burst into the light of history around 7,000 years ago. As we saw in the last episode, a cradle of civilization takes a long time to form. And part of the reason for this is that virtually every food we eat today didn't exist until we came along and created it. Far from the bountiful Garden of Eden, the earth originally didn't provide that much to eat for its human inhabitants, and what little there was a tasted pretty bad. From wheat and barley to bananas, peas, oranges, each delicious food we know today began as an ancestor that was much more unpalatable, much less nutritious, and much more difficult to digest. The banana is just one of countless examples. It began in Southeast Asia as an unrecognizable wild species with bluish-green skin and many large, hard seeds. They're virtually inedible to humans, but over millennia, desperate hunter-gatherers would have picked the ones that were most bearable to eat and taken home. The seeds from these would have grown near to their settlement. Later, these early humans would begin to cultivate them in a more purposeful way, taking only the juiciest of their new crop.
Robert, you're pissing me off today, dude.
Incredibly slowly, so slowly that no one would have noticed the difference over their lifetime, the plant began to change. Its seeds got smaller, its flesh got sweeter and creamier, and its skin turned that deep yellow we all recognize today. We owe so much to the work of those thousands of nameless generations who tirelessly domesticated these plants. It took many thousands of years for the people of Mesopotamia to change wild mountain grasses into the nutritious wheat and barley that we know today. This process began as early as 10,000 BC, and from there these cereals spread to the rest of Afro-Eurasia.
Guys smoking crack.
Like lentils were another of the earliest domesticated crops. Wild peas were even eaten by Neanderthals, as the 46,000-year-old remains from the Shanidar cave in Kurdistan seem to show. But modern peas were first domesticated in Iraq as early as 11,000 years ago.
Dude smoking crack here.
Short of an agricultural revolution that fueled the growth of early society. As the quality of these foods improved, they offered greater nutrition to our diet, higher calories and more protein, and it became possible to support larger populations. But the people of the Americas were much newer to their land. The earliest people to ever live in the Valley of Mexico would have only just arrived around the year 12,000 BC, about the time that peas and wheat were already beginning to be cultivated in Mesopotamia.
About the time the sons of Cain were kicked out of the Garden of Eden, it's a lot earlier than that, but
it would have been several millennia before they began to feel the pressure to move away from their hunter-gatherer lifestyle. Due to this, one of the most common foodstuffs in America, maize or corn, only began to be domesticated around 7,000 years ago. At this time, the Ubaid culture in Mesopotamia was already a thriving agricultural society, as we saw in the previous episode.
So were the children and descendants of Cain.
This meant that in the long, arduous work of domesticating crops,
in
the
Peru,
people of the old world had something like a 3 or 4 millennia head start. Some have suggested that the nature of the plants themselves may have also been factors.
We heard it here.
And once again, the people of the Americas suffered a stroke of bad luck. One of the most common foodstuffs in Mexico is corn, which likely descended from a plant called pure fructose. This is an incredibly bitter and dry. It looks nothing like the rich yellow groves and corn we know today. Because such a drastic change had to be bred into this unappetizing plant, it may have taken longer for early people in the Americas to domesticate it than for the people in Mesopotamia to turn wild grass to wheat, or wild peas to lentils, neither of which require such a dramatic transformation. And there are other factors too. In the Americas, a lower diversity of animals also acted to disadvantage. There were only 2 animals in the Aztec world to be domesticated, turkeys and dogs. But in the old world, livestock like sheep, goats, and pigs contributed greatly to the amount of protein available to the population. Cows were a rich source of meat and milk, and could also be used as pack to carry loads full of flour. But above all, there was the horse.
Tiger
Although the
stripe,
horse
swirly
evolved
stripe.
in the Americas, it had been extinct there since the last ice age.
Let that
It's
warm
sometimes
back
said
up.
the indigenous American empires, like the
Get us another
Aztecs,
one.
never invented the wheel. But that's not actually true. We found numerous examples of clay toys made from Mexica children, which include perfectly engineered wheels. But if the Aztecs ever experimented with wheels for larger vehicles, it's likely they would have quickly given up on the idea. Without any horses or oxen to pull a cart, the design of the wheel wouldn't have saved much labor. The Aztecs simply carried things from place to place using straps that attached to their foreheads This worked well enough for them, but it tied a large proportion of the population down to manual labor. And compared to the horse-driven power of the old world, it was just another setback. The Afro-Eurasian landmass is just about exactly twice the size of the combined continents of the Americas. This larger habitable area, along with the extra tens of thousands of years people had lived there, meant that the population in the Old World was much higher. Estimates for the population of the Americas through contact vary wildly. Some historians have gone as low as 8 million, while others have gone as high as over 100 million. But I find an estimate of about 60 million to be reasonable. But compared to the Old World, the difference is stark. By contrast, China alone has surpassed 140 million by the year 1200, a century before the Aztecs even arrived in the Valley of Mexico. This larger population meant simply that there were more human brains put to work on the business of inventing new things, and vast trade networks like the Silk Road meant that if something was invented in China or India, it would only be a matter of years before it would be available in Europe. Due to their 3 or 4 millennia head start in domesticating crops and all these other advantages, the timelines of the two sides of the world show a marked difference. While the people of Mesopotamia developed pottery over 7,000 years ago, the first pottery in Mexico would not begin for another 2,500 years. While bronze making began in India and the Near East around 3,300 BC and spread to Europe and East Asia in the following centuries, experimentation with bronze work was only just getting started in Mexico when Tenochtitlan was at its height in the 14th century. High carbon steel was invented in South India in the 6th century BC and exported around the Old World. It would never be invented in the Americas. By the 5th century AD, Mexico's first empire of Teotihuacan had only just reached its height, but the Old World had already seen millennia pass that saw the rise and fall of Sumerian, Egyptian, Assyrian, Babylonian, Persian, Greek, and Roman empire. When Teotihuacan fell around the year 550, China's Chen dynasty had invented matches, and Indian engineers had invented the spinning wheel. When the Toltec Empire fell in the Valley of Mexico around the beginning of the 12th century, the Chinese had already invented gunpowder and a magnetic compass for use at sea. When the Mexica people arrived in the Valley of Mexico around the year 1300 AD, Arab and European scientists had already described rules for the refraction of light, and Italian craftsmen had invented the first eyeglasses. By the time the Aztec emperors Quetzalcoatl and Nezahualcóyotl were born, the first handheld cannon had been invented in China, and naval artillery had been used for the first time in Korea. While the poet Nezahualcóyotl built his personal library in Texcoco, and Ixtlaatl burned the books of Tenochtitlan, the printing press was invented in Germany. And in the middle of the 15th century, the arquebus, an early form of musket, was developed in Spain. All the people of the Americas were incredibly ingenious and inventive, and the Aztecs were no exception, but they could never make up that 3 or 4 millennia head start. The race that would determine the outcome of the coming war of the world had always been rigged against it. One technology above all others would prove to be the decisive factor in the coming collision of worlds, and that would be the ocean-going ship. In the 14th to 15th centuries, developments in naval technology gave rise to a new kind of vessel, known as the caravel. Until then, Europeans had been restricted to only navigating around the coast. But Portuguese craftsmen were soon able to develop larger, more powerful ships. Caravels allowed them to explore along the coast of Africa, and by the end of the 1400s, these had been upgraded to a much larger and more powerful carrack. These were large, durable ships with as many as 6 sails, well suited for long ocean-going voyages, and they also weighed well over 1,000 tons, large enough to carry huge amounts of supplies, suitable for voyages of many months. The carrack meant that regular voyages could now take place between Europe and India, all around the coast of Africa, even on to China. While the Silk Road cities like Baghdad, Tashkent, and Samarkand had once been the hubs of the world's trade, those centers began to move to Europe along these newly opened trade routes. European cities swelled with inherent wealth, and in the final decades of the 15th century, the European countries that looked out over the Atlantic Ocean began to wonder if they could make even more ambitious voyages. In the year 1492, only 5 years after the death of that shadowy advisor Flacarel in Tenochtitlan, a carrack called the Santa Maria was sailing across the Atlantic Ocean, accompanied by 2 smaller caravels. On board was the explorer Christopher Columbus. The Aztecs knew no more about those 3 ships than the enormous pterodactyl Quetzalcoatl knew about the asteroid that had once sailed steadily towards the Gulf of Mexico. But as a light once again appeared in the sky over Central America, that blazing blood-red comet, a new threat just as deadly was speeding their way, one that would take them completely by surprise and change their world forever. Part 2! It's now finally time to introduce the 2 great actors in the drama that is about to unfold, and we'll check in with both of them in the year 1502. The first of these characters is the most wealthy and powerful man in the world, at least as far as he knows. He is the king of the Aztecs, a man named Moctezuma II, and the year 1502 was the year of his coronation. Like most Mexica of his time, Moctezuma had dark, wavy hair and was of average height. He had an aquiline nose and a large forehead. People who knew him recall that his voice was eloquent, courteous, and diplomatic, but he spoke with a kind of quiet force. Some say that he spoke so quietly that the movements of his lips could barely be seen. Moctezuma was 35 years old. He was the 9th king of Tenochtitlan, coming to power when the empire was at the height of its confidence. The people of the capital must have had high hopes that he would carry their young empire to even greater glory. A Mexica coronation was a drawn-out and splendid affair. Moctezuma first went into spiritual retreat for a few days, fasting and praying in the temple. Once that was done, there would have been a raucous ceremony, with music, dancing, festivals, feasts, and the arrival of visiting nobility from all over the Aztec land. After the coronation, it was traditional to go to war and bring back captives to be sacrificed. For this purpose, Moctezuma crushed a number of rebellions across the empire and brought many captives back to Tenochtitlan. The blood would have run down the steps of the temple for days. Moctezuma would have overseen these sacrifices, wearing a headdress made of shimmering green quetzal feathers. And we can imagine the cheering of the crowd as the new emperor raised his hand, and all the lands of the Aztecs bowed down beneath him. The second actor in this drama couldn't have been more different. To find him, we will have to travel nearly 9,000 kilometers to the east, across the wide expanse of the ocean. Eventually, we reach the limestone cliffs of Europe and fly over forests of cypresses and pines until we land in a small village, Medellin, Spain. Medellin sits on the river Guadiana, dotted with conifers and olive trees, with the imposing shape of a 10th century castle sitting on a rocky outcrop over the village. Its houses are painted white with terracotta tiles, and in one of these houses, a 17-year-old boy is sitting alone and studying. He has a sickly, pale look about him. In fact, as a child, he was so frail that his parents expected him to die of sickness on several occasions. At the age of 14, he had been sent to study Latin with an uncle in the city of Salamanca, and his parents had hoped this would set him up for a legal career. But the boy hated his time there, and after 2 years he returned home, much to the disappointment of his parents. Now it's 1502. On the other side of the ocean, the Emperor Moctezuma is climbing that tall pyramid to be crowned, and this teenager is stuck in his small Spanish hometown. The monotony of his life makes him irritable and unpleasant, as the 16th century Spanish historian Francisco López de Gomara recalls.
He was a source of trouble to his parents, as well as to himself, for he was restless, haughty, mischievous, given
Hey,
to
CK. Hi, Glenn. How you doing?
This boy's name was Hernando Cortés, known to his friends as Hernan. If you looked in his eyes at the age of 17, you may not have imagined what lay in this boy's future, but perhaps you would have seen a little flicker in the center of those eyes.
Nice.
And if you looked closer,
Nice.
it may have looked like the fluttering of flames.
Well, thank you, Glenn. I made a dragon.
Cortés was
You
a member
probably
of a
saw it,
class
though.
known as the Hidalgos. They had noble ancestry, but didn't own any land. And with little by way of inheritance, being the son of a Hidalgo wasn't the most envious position. As Cortés
Hey, Jelly,
approached
how
the
you
age
doing?
of 18, he knew what path awaited him. He wanted to go to
But yeah,
fight
don't
in
text
Italy,
and drive, man.
where
We
a
want
number
you
of
alive.
wars were raging, and where there would always be demand for mercy. But the closer that day approached, the more he began to hear of discoveries that were happening on the other side of the world.
Making some pretty things.
When Cortés was 7 years old,
Trying to.
Columbus had landed in the Caribbean. And by the time Cortés was 18, the explorer Amerigo Vespucci had published a work in Latin called Mundus Novus, or the New World. In this work, he suggested the lands discovered by Columbus were not the edge of Asia, as had previously been thought, but an entirely new landmass. The relatively new technology of the printing press had
It
spread
warmed
this
up a bit
idea
today,
around
but it's still
all of
cold
Europe
here.
and beyond. A frenzy for exploration had begun. Since then, stories have begun to flow back to Europe about the opportunities
How's the X
might
Hunter
await
video
on the
look?
other side of the sea. Veritable mountains of gold. The more Cortez heard these stories, the more he lost his previous enthusiasm for Italy. He soon made up his mind, as recalled by the historian de Gomara.
He considered which of the two routes would suit him best and decided to cross over to the Indies because it seemed to him a more profitable journey than the one to Naples on account of the great quantity of gold which accompanied it.
Cortez dallied around the port town of Valencia for 2 years. He loved to gamble, a habit that never left him. But despite this vice and others, he soon had enough money to buy passage on a ship across the Atlantic. He finally set sail in the year 1504 at the age of 19. Cortez wrote down no account of his roughly 2-month journey across the sea, but one Dominican friar who wrote down his experience some years later gives us some sense of what it must have been like.
And then we'll have a look at it in a bit.
The ship is a very strong and narrow prison in which no one. The heat, the stuffiness, and the sense of confinement and overpowering. The bed is
Oh,
ordinary.
yeah, that's over 9 o'clock.
Most
There's a
passengers
set
go
too.
about as if out of their mind or in port. There is a terrible smell, especially below deck.
He'll get
It
even
must have
better
been a
shots
relief
tonight.
when he finally landed on the island of Hispaniola, which is today divided between Haiti and the Dominican Republic. And where Columbus had first landed in the
And
New
he
World,
got it at Rise
and where
too.
European settlements in the Americas began.
Because it should never be at 4 either.
Christopher Columbus actually went to his grave insisting that he had not discovered a new continent. An ironic detail, considering this is the achievement we all remember him for. His goal had been to reach the east coast of Asia, and he never admitted that he had failed. But this confusion didn't stop him from settling in Hispaniola and enslaving as many indigenous people there as he could. He worked tens of thousands of them to death in his gold mines. The scale of his use of slave labor was shocking even for those at the time. And back in Spain, people started to refer to Columbus with the nickname Pharaoh. Perhaps as many as 200,000 indigenous people were killed under his regime, which ruled with terror and sadistic punishment over the native people. To save the faint of heart, I won't go into details here, but the cruelty of Columbus's regime would have made even most Aztec kings look benign by comparison. In the year 1500, the rumors of Columbus's brutality became too much for the Spanish king, who had him removed from power. But the situation hardly improved for Hispaniola's native people, and in 1513, the first African slaves were imported to make up the devastated population of the island. Hispaniola set the pattern for what the European settlement of the New World would look like. It was a steamroller that crushed all other forms of life beneath it. And this was a pattern that would be repeated countless times over the coming centuries.
Right, so.
We don't know what Cortez thought of
Right,
Hispaniola when he got
starting
there.
off like that.
At the age of 18, he
Almost 6
registered
o'clock
as
in
a
the evening.
citizen, which meant he was given a plot of land to build a house, farm on, complete with a staff of enslaved locals.
Checking that in a bit.
Since he had a couple of years legal training, he was given a job as a notary in a small town for the next 6 years. He witnessed legal documents and learned the ins and outs of law right there at the edge of the known world.
Look at it in a bit.
But that same boredom he felt as a child began to creep over him, and in 1511 he gave in to the siren call of more exciting prospects. A man named Diego de Velázquez, 20 years older than Cortez and already a powerful man in the New World, planned to lead an expedition to conquer the neighboring island of Cuba and repeat there what they had done to Hispaniola. Cortez signed up to go with him. He was one of only 300 men who landed in Cuba and began the process of crushing native resistance. It was a campaign marked by extreme cruelty and indiscriminate violence. Cortez wasn't a soldier. He was the clerk to the treasurer of the expedition, responsible for noting down all the profit acquired and ensuring that the Spanish crown got a bit of everything again, as it did with all such expeditions. When the invasion of Cuba was complete, Velasquez was sufficiently impressed with Cortez's legal skill that he appointed him his personal secretary. In Cuba, they set up the settlement of Santiago, and Cortez was appointed its municipal magistrate. As a reward, Velasquez gifted him a large estate, including gold mines, and even more enslaved to work for him. Cortez's power grew, and it's clear that soon Governor Velasquez viewed him as a potential rival. Around this time, Cortez grew his beard thick and began to dress like a king, wearing an extravagant hat with a large plumed feather, a medallion of gold, and a black velvet cloak. But no matter how much wealth he amassed, Cortez was never satisfied. Once again, that boredom set in, and he began looking over the horizon and wondering what else might be out there. His answer came in the following years, as a number of expeditions began making further advances to the mainland of the Americas itself.
Yeah, he's got a pretty good rotation of it.
I will compare them, but
So I said,
rolling.
some nice captures. Tycho class 6 to 8 on the face is way off. I said rotation of Tycho and the shadow indicated Earth tilted, making our moon roll, like Bible Canon says. October 2010. Thank you for noting. I should probably say noticing. So he doesn't think I'm trying to say nothing. Thank you for noticing. This full moon in the mornings after full Tycho will be about 12 to 1 on the top, spinning at 180. It's very telling. Isaiah 24:23, but not to despair. Creator is revealed to those who to see. Wow. And a thumbs up for that. Yeah, it's good. I'm glad people are taking notice. Yeah, he's got it rolling pretty good last night. He didn't start at rise or set, but he got it past. He got it out of parameters. I was impressed even talking about it. So now people are going to notice. And others were mentioning Tycho over there being out of house. I'm not the only navigator in the world. You know, I'm not the only one that knows how to navigate with them stars. People start seeing this shit and they're going to be like, oh, damn, that is off. And they'll start watching it themselves. You know, it grows one at a time, sometimes 1,000 at a time. Those are good days, better than others. Yeah, he has. He has, because of the ultraviolet. He did the ultraviolet video where everything he had that was reacted was like, bing. He's like, look at this shit. I was like, oh, damn. it is brighter outside with the UV going on. So yeah, he did. He mentioned, the big blue sun. And you guys in the UK are a little bit further north, or than I am. So you're going to get a better view of the Eye of Ra better than I did at first, and everybody's going to see it. Hell yeah, I liked it. That was good. I can't wait to see these videos after full. Tycho setting at noon on the dial, because that's usually when you see it after full moon. It's on top like that. Like I keep saying, it's going to rotate right up to that point after full moon, and gradually a little bit more every night because what happened in our perspective, it's still kind of close to the sun. Give it more time in the sky, it's going to have more roll because we see it a lot sooner in the roll coming in the south. So it works like that. It works. It'll start out like it hardly rolls at all up by the moon when it's setting. With the sun, it hardly rolls at all, of course, because it's only in this damn sky for a couple of hours. But as it comes to fucking full moon, it's in the sky for 12 fucking hours. You're seeing the whole 180-degree roll at that point. Because it takes 12 hours to roll that, just about. No, stay away from me, Google. Hmm. Google wanted to know if I want to do anything for my birthday. I was like, yes, I want to call Anna and let her know I got her a chess set. See when she wants it. I might be driving to Denver tomorrow. Rigs for us, Denver. Here it is. Rigs for use. Rigs for use. She can't even pronounce it right. Hey, lady, how you doing? I'm pretty good. I've got a chess set done and some mushroom pins and stuff. I'm just calling to see if you need anything. I'm working a new tank today. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm working on that too. Yeah, I'm doing some cheapo pipes and doing some more colors and stuff. Cool, cool. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But it's fucking nasty weather too, though, this week. Yeah. All right. Well, I think you're gonna like the chess set. It's a mushroom motif. It should definitely go well in Denver, I think. Um, Black and white. Uh, I think I sent you a picture of the. Um, oh, yeah. Yeah, okay. Okay, cool. Yeah, I like it. I like it. I think it'll go over well because it's a mushroom motif, and you know how mushrooms go up there. And shit, man, I made the queens. They got little prince and princess mushrooms in there with them inside their bases. You can see their little babies. The kings aren't quite as ornate as the queens because they're just beautiful. You know how it goes. Anyways, but yeah, give me an inventory call at some point, and I'll creep up there. Cool. Okay, love you too. All right, I'll see you. I'll see you soon. She wants to run through her inventory. Let me know what she needs. She's running low. Last 2 days been slow though. I was like, yeah, imagine that. Cool cat. Have a good day. Into the Game of Thrones. Ooh. Looks like I'm probably going to be home for my birthday tomorrow. She probably ain't going to call me back till tomorrow. Knowing her, I'm going to keep making what we're making today. Do that anyway. It's fucking nasty outside. I can't go out and do anything. Felt like it was a good day to get a full day in the shop today. Maybe tomorrow too. Boy, I'll have fucking all my cases full then, won't I? I'll have to stop off in the Springs too. That means I gotta go up to 25. Ew. They don't have the 71 to fucking same difference. Yeah, my favorite song from Disturbed. And some more glass blood.
Darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again. Because a vision softly creeping left its seeds where I was sleeping. And the vision that was planted in my brain still remains within the sound of silence. In restless dreams I walked alone, narrow streets of cobblestone, neath the halo of
streetlight. I turned my color to the cold and dead. When my eyes were staring by the flash of a neon light that split the night and touched the sound of silence. And in the naked light I saw 10,000 people, maybe more. People talking without speaking. People hearing without listening. People writing songs and voices never shared. No one time to stand the sound of silence. Folks said I do not know. Silence like a cancer grows. Hear my words and I'm a teacher. They know you're but I'm a teacher. Run my words, I silent in the signs and words of the province of regardless of where he was. Tenements on whisper. Oh,
As COVID-19 reshaped society, entrepreneurs who launched their dreams on YouTube remained resilient and innovative.
With people at home, we moved. There was a need.
Hi, Robert. How you doing? Yeah, we caught that. I just watched it. He did. He caught it rolling. It'll roll even more closer to getting the shore. You will be shown how I become indestructible. Determination and mission of my soul. On the other side of never to go. I'm like a mission for me, I'm not avoidable. Every broken enemy will know that my bullet can be invincible. Take a last look around, multiple mind, I'm indestructible. Master of war. I didn't see any over there without the cell phone. I'm telling you, man. I told that guy, I told the kid. Like, give me your shake for it. Good job. Good job.
Follow to heaven. She's just another lost soul. I'm not giving mine again. Fever, receiver. Can you see I'm in control when you will on me again? From 11, whoever living on home as a little child, she was taken. And in a second, you will remember with all and it will your mind again. I see your rich also take over. Falling mortal, give your soul to me. For eternity, for life to begin. Time with us, and all with me. There's another way. Your life, take your place inside the fire. Now I'm forever, and just another lost soul. I'm about to be mine again. You'll never figure, you must surrender it. All in your life, the things that you desire. I'm no desire, I see the different control. And I'm never enough time, you will shiver. So you can never, you will remember it. All in your life again. Lies beyond this one, so take over. Falling mortal, give your soul to me. For eternity, for life to begin upon a time when and your way with me. There's another way. Your life, take your place inside the highway. Give your soul to me, for eternity, for life to begin upon a time with us, and your way with me. There's another way, your life, take your place inside the fire. So let's walk again, the fucking innocent. Hell no, you just don't know how to you walk from the place. You need to have it all fucking down my love. I don't see, it's maybe for the rain. Hell no, you just don't know what to do. I don't remember, listen to the power, whatever's left inside. It's all around, end of my life. People hesitate, taking over me. Without my heart, I'm in the street. I remember when I thought that I knew everything was my world. It's all in giving me the strength to face down, feeling it taking over now. I'm about to take it all away. And we no matter what you're doing, you know what we don't control me. I'm not the same. You call on your days, staring into the light. Power beyond containing. I'm gonna make a stable. Let's go your life. Get into the away from other nations, strong and unafraid, never a question away. I'm saving me from all the taken. Letting my armor fall again, giving me the strength to face down, feeling it taking over now. I'm about to take it all away. And you no matter what you're going, you know every come controlling. I'm not the same. You call your eyes, staring into the light. Watching the moment, they'll make my heart will take. The burning so red when I awake every summer, how I miss
As COVID-19 reshapes society, entrepreneurs who launch their dreams on YouTube remain resilient and innovative. Explore their stories at the United States of YouTube. Visit now.
Come inside and be afraid. Amidst the rest it makes not wait. Anything comes around you will fight. I am going away my eyes, done away with parasites. See what's going on inside my mind. You need to let me out. You need to let me out. You need to let me out. I've been rocking on you low. I can feel the burning in my mind. You believe that you made a mistake.
First image in my eyeball.
Come inside, now I implore. Do you think you can restore the crucial pieces missing from my brain? What seems to be the fantasy? Why do you cry and shake this fear? I only have the best of me insane. You need to let me out. You need to let me out. You need to let me out. I've been rocking on the low. I can feel the burning in my mind. You believe that you made a mistake. I'm losing my mind. I'm running because I'm living on another scale. Even with the riches, I know I'm not real. I'm no birds of condemnation, man. I'm right. Listen, now I'm trying to find the feeling on my mind. The only other side. Said I'm not right. I'm trying to find the feeling on my mind. I couldn't help even if you tried. There was not you might just be the next lesson of your mortality. Elevation of situation of all of the next destination. There's no escaping my situation. I'm sorry to get me back in the land. I'm in love with you. Let me from now. My name is Savior. We do it from now. It's my name is taking home. Let's see the I'll never be your You're not forgiveness. I can't seem to do anything right. When it's time to rebuild, I see my soul myself is just far from the again. I'll test the need for I'm brighter than anyone who tried. Take me, my friend, let's do me. Torn the sun, the light, all of the color. Isolation is innovation. I'm being a better imagination. There's no escape my situation. I'm proud to shit keep happening.
Give it a minute. It's too hot to look at right now. What up, Glenn? Dark winter. It's going to be a dark winter. With lots of unexplained shadows in the sky. We got some explanations. Yeah. Oh my God. I feel like air guitar. Ah! Approved theory of motherfucking Alfred Einstein. Wow, like a bitch. You just don't do that every day. Oh my God. Drive safe, Glenn. I'll be here in an hour. See if they cool down up yet. Shit, maybe. Maybe. The eyeball in there looking at you. Let me see what's going on in the world around us. She must be inducing. Magnitude is down. And there it is, double inducing. Heating us up again, push shield lines from the back. Magnetic fuckery in the front. That loopy thing keeps coming up that we saw expanded earlier. Like a couple days ago, the loopy's back. The loopy. The fucking loopy's back. Trouble coming. Oh shit, look at the crunch. Cherenkov build up. Expect Wi-Fi fuckery. Why fuckery? Red charge building up everywhere. Yeah, on the back. Front a little bit. Back mostly. Oh, dear. Oh, Joey. Jelly over there making comments. I gave him the fucking unified field, not the moon though. Fucking bigger than I thought. That's some shit. We should be able to change the world with that, don't you think, folks? Do this. Oh, it's just information people needed all their lives. All these fucking voter people, how did they get my number? Who want you to vote? You suck a dick. Every day it's like 4 or 5 different ones. Senator Newsom's a dick. I'm like, yes, they all are. We need to stop doing this. Sure beats fentanyl. God, I can't believe you only be dissing my marijuana. You know, when I was on their drugs, I could never get off the couch. Sure as hell wasn't making pretty shit like this. I was mostly making messes, trouble. Yeah, now you can see the blue in the eye. So that's a 3D eyeball too. With the eyelids. I don't know what it belongs to. It used to be my eyeball. I modeled it after my own. It's got articulation like a real eye too. And it's hexagonal, much like my own. It's a little strange. How you doing, Heather? And mine are strange eyes. They change colors too. I got that A negative blood in me. I can't be all bad just because of blood, right? Oh shit! Who did me? Or you? You can give her a unified feel. That should settle her down. Oh. Give her the unified feel. That'll make her feel better. We're good. She's old enough to understand. We just fucked old Albert's day. Woo! You don't do that every day, Heather. You just don't get that kind of shit every day. I didn't even know that's what we was doing. I was just trying to warn people the fucking moon's turning upside down. Seriously, give her her heart. It'll make her feel better. But she's feeling anxiety over it. She got a magnet. I can see where that could create anxiety originally. I mean, it did for me. I mean, it put everything right in our laps. I'm like, all right, okay. But I guess if it's human nature, it's not such a bad thing. You might be, yeah, that's one thing I recommend to everybody. Don't be pushy. Give them Tycho. If they don't jump on that, give them Ra. They might be interested in hieroglyphs. They might want to go learn how to read them. And then they'll start reading shit on the walls that you've been trying to tell them for a while, and they'll make sense out of it like I did. There's different avenues to truth. We got the laws of physics on the walls in great big old fucking crazy carved style shit everywhere. Ta-da! like I said, fuck the moon. We got the unified field, man. Nailed. We nailed it. Unified field, relative, all of it in one great big old fucking whoop, basket of joy. And it includes us in it. Extremely us. God, I can't believe I can, because I mean, look at what time we're in. This is a promise our creator made our planet, our Mother Earth, our first creation, to right things. And there's no coincidences at this time. I can't see it. Our creator's here. Our creator's putting fingers on shit and making shit happen. And I'm telling you what, I'm ready to jump too. I certainly hope. So are you. Oh, that's how my kid is too. He watches this show a lot. He comments in here sometimes. But I ain't gonna say his name because he fucking gets harassed. It ain't just me. It ain't just you. It's my kid you're harassing too. I'm not a gentle daddy. I'm a fucking Papa Bear. I'm fucking grizzly when it comes to my kid. I'll charge you. I ain't gonna fuck around. They do. He's been watching the moon with me his whole life. He knows what the fuck it's doing. It's normal to him. He just turned 16. He asked me, he says, will there be a day it doesn't turn out? I don't know. Probably. Maybe. I don't think we're going to have it. I think we're actually going to become a moon to the staff. Toth. Just my opinion. I don't know what's going to happen. We'll see. This is going to be really interesting. Everything I've read about it says it's going to be really interesting. So I'm just going to go with, hold on. Things are fixing to change. Big time. Keep your magnet calm. We're made for this. Just be yourself. Be with mama. On that frequency that she loves. Oh. Everyone's always like, where's it safe? I'm like, in your magnet. Honest to God, what couldn't you overcome or stop or whatever if you were on it? Let mom have it. She can protect you. Get it. Will it be? Right here. Don't give up. Even in the face of danger. Be strong. Yeah, you got to attain that frequency and understand and know all this stuff before you go being strong. You might get beat up. Don't go out there before you learn how to box. I strongly suggest that. John goes out and hunts trolls. He's been at it a little while. Yeah, I just suggest you take it slow and worry about your loved ones. If we get trolls going on your channels or somebody else, please let us all know. We'll go report the troll. I'm tired of it. You're tired of it. They just keep making shit and we'll just keep getting them fucking banned. So this ain't a game. It's just actual living people on the other side of some of these keyboards that are looking at some really confusing stuff right now. Needing clarity. And the comments in Planet X Hunter's last video show that very clearly. People are seeing because he's pointing and they don't know why. I have faith he'll tell them why. He's a good guy. He has mentioned me before. Yeah. Well, I will be here working. I ain't going out selling. Anna says she had two $50 days back to back. She said, give me another couple days. I was like, all right, I'll have more shit. I may have to I don't know. I'm going to have to talk to her tomorrow. I may have to sell that fucking chess set just to make rent. If she don't want to pick it up right now. Because I'm just there. I have to sell this shit to make rent. I said, it's good. I know I can sell that chess set pretty cheap, pretty quick. Don't get excited. She'll probably be all like, oh God, no, I've been saving my money. Something will break loose today and tomorrow. She'll call me. Come here. She always does. Oh yeah, well I ain't worried about it. I'm just thinking out loud. I may have to fucking sell that set. But I mean, I wanted to do it on my birthday, just to do it on my birthday. I've still got almost a week till, well, over a week before rent's actually due. Not at all worried. I wanted to do it yesterday. Now I'm gonna have to sit around and eat cake. No, I can't. I'm fucking broke. I got a whole lot of cake. Oh yeah, we do. Fuck. I'm gonna sit around and eat cake. Eat chicken soup, eat cake. I've had worse days. Man, I chunked out my bowl. That sucks. So Shep got EMP attacked, blew up his computer. He's on the way to the computer specialist. That's where he's been the last few days, having computer issues. Mm. He may have to finish the film in a hardened bunker. That's no joke. I kind of wish he had kept it quiet but it got out. He was already like, I'm off doing it before he even started doing it. So I figured he was going to catch heat because COVID isn't what they say it is, and it's easy to prove. I'm sure he ran into way more proof than me, but woo. Yeah, he's on the way to the computer specialist right now. See, he's still got it on hard drive and shit. He's still got the chips and all the memory chips, all that shit. I'm sure probably back downloaded like I do on 2 or 3 different hard drives that you just got sitting around from old computers. You know, that's the smart way to go nowadays. And then turn it off, unplug it, turn it off, just let it sit there. That way it doesn't get EMP'd and shit. By the time you get a new computer, huh? Fuck, man, I might be out of a job this week. I don't know. Depends on how this second wave of COVID goes. $250 days back to back ain't good sign. But we just had a fucking hella blizzard up there too. And she's like, "Yeah, you're right." I'm like, "Well, I know. I've been up here freezing my dick off, man. Or down here, I'm further south than she is. She's up in Denver. Them motherfuckers are cold. They don't surprise me. She had a couple slow days. Weekend will pick up. Everybody will bounce back. Fucking be at home. You're like, fuck! I need to get out of here. Go to Anna's. I got a cute dragon to sell too. I almost forgot about my cute little dragon. You see my cute little dragon? You saw my cute dragon. Plus all this shit I'm making today. I got a nice Sherlock in here already. I'm gonna make a little marble for it. Haven't decided what yet. I think it's gonna be that little piece of mica's been sitting in there for a while. See if we can't get that to coax it into going onto this piece. We'll see. That would be an accomplishment. That doesn't happen every day either. I'll send out a fucking Instagram picture of one of my mica marbles, and people will be like, "What the fuck is that?" You be like, "Mica," and be like, "No, it isn't. That's impossible." There's a whole book. encased in glass. It's not impossible. It's actually mica. And I love this stuff. So I've been soaking that fucker in there almost a week. It's ready to come out. Get the feldspar knocked off of it and throw the mica in a piece of glass. I think I want to mount it on this. I got a Sherlock, a two-piece Sherlock. I got to polish it and pull it. It's got a flower of life on the bottom, double plasma helix, open helix, and 420 all over it. 3-hole in the bowl. I want a nice piece, a little marble to go here on the side. Actually, I think I'm going to put it on this side and bridge it so it's like almost like a lighter hole. But you'll be able to lay it on that or lay it up and show the mica off. It'll be like a display stand for the mica. Because the mica is going to be one of the most rare things you'll find in glass ever. Because most people don't know how to make it work. Snow predicted. Yeah, you haven't seen my dragon. Well, I made it the other day when I was offline. But I finished it off online. Don't hate me. I need to get into my zen. Give me a little dragon. You cute little booger. He got a little baby. He sits on his butt. He got little wings, little ear flaps, and eyes of Sauron. I make those Millefiori style. So they're the same, very pixelated. Like my eye I just showed you. He's a little rig. You can put water in it in here and percolate his ass, just like Glenn's. Glenn's got one, but it's a little bit bigger. This is like Glenn's got, but a baby. But Glenn's got the one with the horns in the front of that sucker. He's got a war dragon and shit. This is more like a little baby dragon. He's just cute. You've seen the elephant I did for Cat, haven't you? I did that for Cat. That elephant, and it changes color too. If you put something dark on it, you can see the color change in it and the patterns in the elephant. They're hanging out over there together. Listen, I got enough glass to cover rent, for God's sake, man. Sculpted glass like that ain't cheap, although, well, it is for me. It is for me. What's up, Vigorous? How you doing? Oh, thank you, Heather. Yeah, I enjoy making those. It takes a little while, a little bit of thought, a little bit of concentration, and I find it's better just to do in my Zen zone instead of live so much. I've done them live. I did Glenn's live. Have you seen Jason's glow in the dark fucking tumbler glass? I mean, he sends me pictures. He got a little black light. He'll sit and drink with his black light on, his glass glowing and shit. Blue, it's pretty tight. I can make anything. So yeah, chill. Give it a thought. I make Christmas ornaments. They make good presents for people, and I can make them pretty cheap. Um, I usually start somewhere in the ten to $12 range in my ornaments. They can have commemorative on them, dates, names, whatever. Expect like a ball or something. I can make holes in it so you can set it on the Christmas tree with lights in it and shit. You know, you do anything you want. I've done all kinds of different things for people. The glass. Well, see, this is the one Jason has. Is his second one. He dropped the one off. It hit him right in the forehead and bounced off, landed and busted on the floor. I was like, oh shit. That's not good. But I mean, you know, I like his second one better. The one he's got now is beautiful. It's a better because I like the way it came out better. I think it's fucking way better than the first one I sent in person. I think he does too. Uh-oh. And follows prophecy vigorous. Can we imagine why? Who's fixing to get their face torn off? Oh dear. I've been warning people. Here it comes. Here it comes. It's going to be controlled. Don't let it happen. I have a little bit. I think I've got the only left in the world at this moment that I can find. COVID's put a pinch on finding my materials to work with. Big pinch. Huge, actually. It's slowing me down and costing me. It's making me work backwards at some point. But I've again changed gears, and then gears changed on me again today. I'm like, oh, fucking great. Oh well. If I have to, I'll have to fucking make a video sale online. I don't very often, but in light of COVID, I have. Somebody might get a deal on a chess set. Don't hold your breath. Well, everything's really closed down here in Colorado. And the imports coming in from China include like rare earth elements and shit that we need to make colors. So I've got some clear, but the stocks of clear are running out too because boron's needed for borosilicate. It's just simple as that. We're running out of supplies. And people are stockpiling some shit. I did a little bit when I found out that everybody was almost out of fucking clear glass. I bought the last case I could find. One of one of five at one spot in the country that had it. And I mean, like, I work with heavy wall tubing. Oh, here's a piece. It's very heavy. It's 4.5 millimeters thick. This is 32 or 38 millimeter glass wide. It's 4.5, 4.4 or 4.5 actually on this. My 32 is 4.4. They got down to like 1 millimeter glass and down from like 12 millimeter and shit. All of that was gone all the way up to this for my 32 heavy wall. Nobody uses heavy wall because it takes a lot of heat and it's a little harder to handle than some thinner glasses. But I make my glass thin by blowing it out first, and then I flare it. And so glass blowers work really hard because a lot of them learned how to do this in a garage from somebody that learned how to do it in a garage. I learned it in the Philadelphia School of Arts. I make this into a bell, and I've got a whole canvas open up that I can draw in with my flame, and I've learned how to write upside down and backwards really fluently. Comes with practice. Since '93, I've been doing it. I make it look really easy. A lot of guys will take these big tubes that I buy, cut them down to like half size, and they'll warble one side out, do their design in this, and then they'll close it down, and then they'll open this side. They'll put it on another tube, put it on, and then they'll fucking open this side up and put in some more drawing, and then close it down, and then finally melt it. And I'm all like, I just made two pipes. So that's one reason my shit's cheaper than most glass blowers. I'm not out to get rich, but I am out to pay my fucking bills at this point. Fuck. Oh no. Nah, she can't help it, man. We just had a blizzard here. She's gonna be all right next week. So I got a week. I'll give her a week. Maybe. Oh shit! I gotta call my local lady. I need some fucking local money. Station Rocky Ford. You know what? I'll call her tomorrow.
Station around Rocky.
I'll call her tomorrow. And that's not what it's called. Hi, TK. Nice, Heather. It always helps to have woods around when you need wood for heat. So we're going to try and put this mica up in this borosilicate glass and see what happens. It's been sitting for a few days. We'll see how it wants to take. No promises.
As COVID-19
Get out of here.
entrepreneurs
Get
who
your
launch their
stuff.
dreams on YouTube for being resilient and
Thank you very much. YouTubage. Hey, Thomas, how are you? Just in time to see something impossible. I'm going to try to replicate this with mica. Well, it is mica. That's supposedly impossible, but I do it routinely. Well, not routinely. We'll see if this works or not. Here it goes. Nice. I'm making some nice pipes today, just because I ain't got nothing else to do, and I got the material to do it with. I made this shit up burning myself. I don't know. We'll see. You never know around here. Just some time. All steps on the table. Little old man's gonna burn himself. Real quick one. Watch. See how you do it. See how you do that.
You got the man that is going there. I can't believe the things you say. I can't believe that's right. You say nothing can save you. Nothing is lost, nothing is right, nothing is joy. Do your thing, nothing is good. No truth when it is wrong. Rain so grim, so true, so real. Ladies up, that's the right, truth, that's the air. All the right space to your left, now they go there. The light from the dead, it's pure. This one is so high and there, and I'm pure. Just the man that is there. Going there, but better stay. Can't believe the things you say. I can't believe that's right. We say nothing to save us. Nothing is lost, nothing is right, nothing is joy. Doing your thing, nothing is good. Speaking no truth when it is wrong. Fight so blue, so true, so real.
fucking beautiful.
When it gets on, fight it so grim, so true, so real.
You want to know why running on the treadmill 7 days a week doesn't work for you when you're trying to lose weight?
Not really.
Because it never has. And I know that's hard to believe, but it's true. Cardio actually burns calories, usually in the form of carbs in the bloodstream that are then replaced with the very next meal that you eat and stored as more fat. This is why when you even eat low-calorie food or run for an hour a day, it seems like you get softer, but you don't actually lose weight. And this is one of the biggest reasons why most weight loss attempts fail within the first 3 weeks. I don't do an hour cardio. I have never done an hour cardio in the past 5-10 years, and I stay sub 10% body fat year round. Well, you could say, well, I have a couple injuries and I can't lift heavy. You don't have to lift heavy to get in shape. You could say, well, I can't stick to a diet because I'm always hungry all the time. You can follow diets where you're not hungry and you're eating your favorite food. You can say, I'm not in shape because I don't know who to listen to. I don't know even what to do. Well, here's your chance to put all those myths to rest and learn exactly what you need to do to get in shape, depending on what shape you're in right now and what shape you want to be. With all those failed past attempts to try dealing with the fat around your belly, do you really think that this time is going to be any different? I mean, how long are you going to keep trying on your own? The rest of your life? Now, if I was your trainer and I showed you exactly how to course your belly fat, do you think that you'd get better results than working out on your own? Of course you would. So let me help you. Dieting is 80% of getting in shape. Exercise is only 20. Yes, this is true, but that doesn't mean that you have to go starve yourself or eat only salad and completely hate the food that you eat all day and crave everything. You can't have those foods. I'm eating burgers right now, and I'm going to use this to boost my metabolism through a thing I call carb confusion, using carbs to speed up the results. If you want to learn how to get in shape without getting at the food you love, the first thing you got to do is understand where your body is at right now. If your body type is and what you need to do to achieve your specific goals. No more one-size-fits-all fat loss approaches. Those don't work. You probably know that. So how are you supposed to magically find the time to work out and live a healthier lifestyle? I'll tell you how. You stop doing what's unnecessary. And I'm talking about what you probably think you have to do to get in shape. The truth is, when people say that they're going to get in shape, they do two things. And tell me if this sounds familiar to you. One, they start eating less because the only way to lose weight is to burn off more calories than you can consume. And two, they start doing more cardio, jogging, riding the bike, doing the elliptical, because they want to increase how many calories they're burning to lose weight faster. But what if I told you that when you do this, you're actually hurting you? How? Well, has it worked for you yet? Or did you end up hitting a wall and you eventually quit? But if you're interested in hearing why these two very common things never actually work, click the link on this video and take my body. When you click it, it'll take you to a quick 30-second quiz where you'll answer just 6 easy questions. And after answering those 6 questions, we don't need your email or any information from you, but it will take you to a video where I explain why these things don't work and the 3 most important things to do in order to get
Hang on a second. Hey, they messing with my damn radio over here. God, skip your ad, dude. Skip it. The mic is clear inside of there right now, but you can kind of see it. It's starting to come back to its silver. But I gotta keep it hot until I'm done with it. So I can't really stop and show it off. So you can see it's definitely a landscape inside of there. It's gonna be fucking beautiful. Yeah. We'll see better tomorrow. We got beautiful weather, so Micah, baby. The landscape. You saw how I did that? That's how you do that. We gotta keep it hot. Tap on it. Hot. Hot. Not warm. Hot. I'm coming back again. I'm so far away when I feel the snake bite enter my brain. I wanna be here again, and I don't remember why I came. I'm the one so far away when I feel the snake bite enter my brain. Never did I wanna be here again, and I don't remember why I came. So far away when I feel the snake bite enter my baby. Never did I wanna be here again, and I don't remember why I came. I'm the one so far away when I feel the snake bite enter my baby. Never did I wanna be here again, and I don't remember why I came. Until pacified, a revolution coming strong, which with desire, frustration in the skies, draws me into where I belong.
you ever wondered why you touch a falling sky? Oh, fly in the heavens that watch over you, telling me it's all raining down upon me. Chances me with every train. Thank you promise for the nourishment that I give.
See this color.
Have you ever wondered why the trees we touch fall and fly or fly in the heavens that watch over you, telling me it's all real? Have you ever wondered why the trees we touch fall and fly or fly in the heavens that watch over you, telling me it's all real? Have you ever wondered why the trees we touch the falling sky don't fly in the heavens that watch over you, telling me it's all real? Have you ever wondered why the trees we touch the falling sky don't fly in the heavens that watch over you, telling me it's all real? Just it's all good. It's just what you
There's your Micah. Impossible, they said. Oh, that sits nice on there too. If I do that, Trying to smoke some marijuana. That's how you do that. I'm having fun today in my shop, can you tell? I'm making some funky shit. Funky. Tomorrow my birthday. I'm just gonna kick my legs up today. I'm gonna get myself a little airplane shot bottle of rum for tomorrow. Eat me a fucking ounce of mushrooms and have a birthday party in my head. No, okay, maybe not. Maybe not. Oh shit. It'd be a hell of a birthday, wouldn't it? Woo! A bottle of rum and an ounce of mushrooms. See what we can get into now. No thanks. I've had those days. Oh, I don't want to go out like that. Oh shit, I'm having too many cramps anyways. Laughing. I've been laughing too much this week. Unhealthy for my ass. It ain't good. It ain't good for me. I laugh too much, I get cramps. Dang it. That's rough. Have a good one, TK. Before the selection storm. Nice. Yeah. Keep your heads on a swivel, cats. There's all kinds of shit going on. I've got boogers going on galore over here in my fingers. Fucking hash. Hash boogers. I'm going to smoke them all. Well, all the ones I don't eat. Oh, I love boogers. Just hash boogers. He's pretty good. Colorado's the place to be if you need medication. I don't even take aspirin no more. Fuck your fentanyl. You're on fentanyl, move to Colorado, get off that shit. Or Florida. I just moved to East Florida. Upper East Florida. Get out of Florida real quick. Oh, God. Jersey's got medical, don't they? Pennsylvania, they got medical. There you go. Get shit in the mountains of Pennsylvania out there by Pittsburgh, where John been tracing up and down the world. Speaking of which, Probably still work. Driving home. Oh. So you saw how I did that. Once I got her going, you can't let it stop. You can't let it get colorized again, so to speak. You've got to keep it fucking really hot and never again touch the flame to it. Now it's done. This is a nice piece of mica. I like the way it came out, front and back. I put a little frit on the back of it. And the piece itself is pretty sick. It sits really nice. So, got the carb in it. All I gotta do is cut it off. I'm gonna let that sucker sit in there and soak up some heat because that's a big thick marble before I take it off. And try to cut that. But you can see it now because it's got all the color back in it. In the beginning, when that shit's really, really hot, that mica turns clear as fuck. It's like as clear as the glass. You can just see the outline. It's crazy. That's how you know you're doing it right, by the way. If you don't heat it up to the clear point, it's going to blow up on you. Did I just tell you a secret? I did. You got to heat that shit until it gets clear. And you got to implode it. You got to implode it carefully. You can't be hitting the mica all up with your fucking flame. You got to hit that glass and push it in like I was. Get that air out from the top back. Fucking get it down and mush it to where it wants to be even with the wrinkly shit and then punch it. Get that shit like liquid and just punch it. Don't let no air get in there. You'll hate it if air gets in there. And then melt it all into one. Don't overheat it. Fucking pull it back and fucking pop it. Keep it hot. That's how you do mica. It's not impossible. It's just a pain in the ass. That's how I do a lot of gym work and stuff like that. You gotta work with what you got. You can't just go at it. You gotta work with what it wants to do. Make it its idea to get in there and like it and help it along. Oh yeah, you love it. So there ain't no air in that. You can see. I'll bring it out again. It's just so I can see it. It magnifies it up here where I can see it really good. Because right now, I mean, like I'm getting the shiny. I can see there's no air in there, but now I can really see there ain't no air in there. Look at that shit. All those facets, all those different directional turns and everything. I didn't get any air bubbles in there at all. I can even bring that in closer, can't I? I was looking at it all big, like I was right next to it or something. All profiled out. Damn thing's sick. Bubble free. That's why you need that. Bubble free. Bubble free. That looks like craziness in there. Just a landscape of silver almost, isn't it? The creator made that, Thomas. I just put it in glass. I love this stuff. It looks like a landscape of silver when you're done. I love this. It's mica. It's the element mica in book form. Thank you. It's a compilation piece. I couldn't do all that intricacy like that. That's beautiful. It's fucking beautiful that way. Because that's where all the crystals and everything were formed onto it, and the feldspar and everything that clings to it. And I've cleaned it off over a few days and got it to pure mica form. Yes, fool's gold. And honestly, that's what I don't know if you can see. Let me see. I don't know how well it comes through, but there's red right up here. That's gold that fumed from the mica. And it's actually colored my glass red. It's not on the mica. If you can see it, I don't know if you can see as well as I can, but that red is not actually on the mica. It fumed into the glass and changed my glass color to gold or red. I'm an alchemist. I speak in fumage. That's gold. That's what happens when you fume gold. It turns red. But some people would think that's rust, and actually that is not. That's where the minerals that were left on there actually bled out into the glass and made color. Because that's the way we do it. We add elements to the sand, melt it down. That's what I was doing over here to make that eye. Did you see my eyeball? I make my eye. I put it on. I make my eye. It's quite odd. It's a little hexagonal, and it changes colors. But I put it in an eyeball, so it's all 3D on a pipe. But I put on the outside here, you can see where I flecked on a little bit of color tone on top of the color. And that was from basically granulized sulfur. And when I rolled it in there, so I've still got a little bit laying right here. It changes the color on my eyeball, gives it a real fleshy, like I'm alive tone. I didn't just get drawn on by one thing. So I've learned little tricks like that too to make shit look a little more realistic than some people can. And another trick I do, I'll take once I lay down the millie, and I always lay the millie on the clear first, so it's perfect. Pop, and I melt it onto the piece, and then I take more clear and I put it where I want the eye to be shaped. Because a lot of people will take their color and fill in all that with their color, and then they won't melt it right. Well, once you get your first clear layer in, then you melt it, then you throw your contour layer of clear, then you start coloring over the clear and melt all of that in at once. Well, you melt at each stage, and then you color it, and then you melt all that in. You don't have to worry about anything underneath there having any bubbles and problems and trouble at all. It's already been done. Then you color it. That's how I do that. It's fucking that's how I do all my pendants like that. They're all clear with color around them because color has a lot of metal in it. It's not very strong, and it doesn't want to melt as nicely as the clear does. So a lot of these big name sculptors, I ain't gonna name fucking nobody, but you'll buy their $3,000 fucking piece, and next thing you know, something's falling off of it, or they're fucking like their gums and their teeth are fucking checked and shit because they didn't put it on right. But that comes from experience and actually learning tricks like that. You can contour stuff with clear and color over it a lot better if you melt your clear in as a whole piece and then color over it. And then I don't know if you noticed, after I colored it, I put in extra contours to it in the eye itself, in the with my scissors. I was in the eyelids and stuff. I put all those other contours that you can see on the tops, the ridges, and stuff like that running with the scissors, and just made it look like, he's got eye ridges and stuff like that in there. I just shaped that after the fact. But now he's a nice deep 3D eyeball looking at you when you're hitting your marijuana. Bright blue hexagonal eye. I love my job. I really, really do. I can make any fucking thing I want. It's 3,200 degrees. It turns to honey. I can manipulate it. I'm limited by your imagination. I always say, because mine's already used up. I practiced it a lot. I practiced. It's a lot of fun. It's just a lot of fun. Creating stuff. A lot of fun. So I'm going to cut this mica piece off here in a minute. It's just now back on its way up again. Look at it through the X-ray machine. Bright light does well. You can see any imperfections in your glass in a nice bright light. Yeah, it looks good. It's ready to cut. This one here. This is also ready to cut. So we're ready to cut both of them. The rest of that blue, I think I'm saving for a fancy piece I want to make. We might get started on that soon. Maybe tomorrow on my birthday, I'll make a fancy piece. Oh shit. I need to make some rigs though today. Work on some cheap rigs. People like those. I've got a lot of rig pieces to make with.
One step from lasting. Now it's slowly what have you get under my skin and call yourself a friend. I've got
fucking love Pantera.
What do I do? If there no stacking anymore.
You know what I gotta do? Listen to Pantera.
You can't be something you're not. Be yourself, by yourself, stay away from me. All lesson learned in life. No comes on time.
Oh, they got one. They got one. Ah, yeah, baby. That playlist we got it. Okay. They just put it up 6 days ago.
When I'm not around, it's easy to achieve. You cry to me when sad to sympathize. Can you hear the violins play your song? No secrets, tell me you'll ever run. If there no stagnant anymore, what chase who I am, where I've been alone. You can't be something you're not. Be yourself. By yourself, stay away from me. All lesson learned in life. No from the dawn of time. Hey, walk. What do you say? Walk. Are you talking to me? Walk. What do you say? Walk. Are you talking to me? Are you talking to me? No way, punk. What is that? Are you talking to me? What is that? Are you talking to me? Are you talking to me? Walk on home, boy.
YouTube Music has upgraded playlists. Get song suggestions that match your playlist vibe, collaborate with other tastemakers, and discover more music with our ready-made playlists for any moment. Explore YouTube Music today.
Hola, amigo. How you doing, Briggs? I just saw Briggs over there on Planet X Hunters. He's on my thing talking about how he ain't seen it up on the top yet from the UK. I know I've had y'all folks telling me it's on above 9 in the UK, and I'm seeing mine up at 10 o'clock by set. But like I said, it rises at 4, which is also out of parameter because 6 to 9 is the agreed upon fucking normalcy. They don't get the whole goddamn moon with their field rotation at 6 to 9, and it rise at 4 o'clock ain't cool. And if you look at set, 10 o'clock is 180 degrees, and after full, it's going to be setting further to the north on the moon, like I said, like it has for how long you watched it do that, John? It follows a pattern. Anyway, ain't got nothing to prove nobody. People are fucking seeing it. It shouldn't be rolling around like that shit. And really, I thought he was an astronomer, trying to be cool. Mornings after the full moon, you're gonna see Tycho on top of the fucking moon. Period. Unless we do a fucking another cartwheel, then I think that's going to be pretty obvious. Something went on. I've been doing crazy shit today, John. I made a mica piece and an alcohol. Got to cut them off, make room for more pieces to make. ought to put me off for a couple of days, so I'm going to be blowing glass tomorrow too. Until I'm out of oxygen, then I need to go sell the shit. Period. It brings me to. I need to call my local head or local club in the morning to see if she wants some stuff. I got some nice stuff made up for her too. I got some wool caps, carb caps. He makes some cheap carb caps too. So, boys, you saw? You home then? Done driving? I was just thinking about you. Oh shit! It's what? 4:20. I was just thinking about you. I was like, John's probably still driving home. I think I said it maybe 20 minutes ago. Oh my god. Oh, you're driving? Oh, Chef's IMAX got EMP'd 2 in a day. I'm sure we're going to hear about that. I hear your car going.
Easy way to find out when Tycho is going to be a nuke, just to go out and take a picture. You know how Time.com tracks the bit of rotation. So all I got to do is watch the website.
It's delirium too.
It's an easy way to find Tycho on the 12th.
Stellarium does too. Yep. Good thought, John. Hiya, Cat. Just heard from Shep. He said that Bethany's okay. I guess she's in the hospital. He got EMP attack. They got both his IMAX, apparently. They say he needs to finish that damn movie in the bunker. Drive safe, John. Don't be texting. I can hear you. Yeah, me too. Well, yeah, I know. It is what it is. They don't want this out. They don't want it out. COVID's a thing. They don't want Fuck, man, look, John. I had the revelation. I didn't even realize we were laying it out, but we just discovered the fucking unified field, brother. You know, I've been telling people all day, just get this shit out. Get this shit out. The more they get it, the less they can do about it. Get this shit out there. Get this shit out there. Get this shit out there. It's your magnet. Learn it. Go, 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 go. Get it. Dark Winter. What the hell, Glenn? Oh, see, now you're making me work. What Dark Winter? Winter's usually dark. God. Dark Winter. It's the second one on my search. No, it's the first. So okay, John Hopkins Center for Health Security. Oh, it's an exercise now. (2001). It's looking like it happened already. Here's one. Biden warns of a dark winter. Bioterror attack. Yeah, well, you know, some crazy fucker I know was telling people this before wave one happened. Worry about wave two. It's going to be deadly. Keep your 1748 hertz and your masks at hand. Keep your distance from those vaccinated and don't get the prick. They will hang it like a carrot, just like they say they will in the book. And you won't be able to do anything without it. Then you'll recognize it, won't you? I sure as hell wouldn't be lining up for that shit. The 1748, that link, the Dark Winter. Everybody died. Oh dear. Oh, that's what they're tossing around these days. Is that what they're talking about? A dark winter, a new bioterror. Oh Christ! Did he answer back? No, he didn't. Just go fucking look, dude. You can't follow instructions. Of more than 6 or more in the household, you're kidding me. Lockdown's going to be tough. Second wave coming, folks. I'm telling you. Look, it's what we allow. One, just alert everybody, man. Everybody got to start fucking standing up to this and stop taking it. At this point, we got to stop. We got to stop just taking it. We got to be brave and tell our family members it ain't cool them following these fucking orders because these orders ain't fucking cool. More people are going to die from fucking conflict than any kind of fucking virus they could unleash. Well, and washing away. Have you seen the crunch on the planet? Washing away. I haven't looked here in a couple of hours. That's not me. Oh dear, yeah. Just a little fucker. Just a, let me go back a little bit. A couple of hours I missed. Give me a fucking side swipe up here. Video pause. Bop! Down, pressure, flat. We got a sine wave magnetopause. A motherfucker's flat on the front. It's flat and then bows. It's flat and then bows. It's a flat bow shock. It looks like an actual bow. Like it's got the flat part where you can hold the fucking bow. That's showing some magnet crunch. Creepy. High activity behind big field line crunch. Probably going to interrupt your Wi-Fi. Double induction heating. I haven't even started looking at the fucking quake map yet. Damn, we're getting some blasts from front and back. She's building charge. Just build. It's going up and out. Close field line. Fucking crazy. No, it's normal. It's all normal. It's all good. Nothing to see here. Oh, and there's one in an odd place. There's another in an odd place. I mean, normal. It's normal. That's oh, God, all of even the shaky helioplots. Those are normal too. Every fucking one of them. Just oh my God. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Holy fuck, we're shaking all over the place. It's normal though. It's normal because that happens all the time now. So it's normal. It's normal. It's fucking normal. Everything's so fucking normal. Shit. what, what do we have left? I mean, come on. We got unified field theory. It's no longer theory. They got to send me better trolls. This is fucking self-evident, man. This isn't normal. How many fives we got to get up to and sixes a day before fucking people start saying, for real, what the fuck is going on here? Because it just keeps going up and up and up. Oh, they ain't ringing all right. I'm wondering what it's going to look like in Christmas. Yeah, go ahead. We know that's a date, right? What's the world going to be like by then? I don't think we'll have perihelia yet at that point. There ain't no way. Mathematically, there ain't no way till 2022 maybe. End of it 2024 because we're in, McClellan will tell you we're in the house period. Beginning this month or next, either way, it's going to reveal himself. He's coming up with the same timeline. So it's looking very interesting. Hi, Matt. Oh, what'd they kick you out for, Matt? What were you talking about? We'll try to avoid the subject. Or scream it from the loudest loudspeaker. Who got you kicked off? Oh shit. Yeah, you gotta watch that. That's why you misspell stuff. The AI can't bust you. And what exactly is a fucktard? But we have a couple of definitions on YouTube. I've looked them up. Oh yeah, see that'll get them. That'll get them warmed up. Yeah, you can't go around saying that. I get people all warmed up. I usually spell it out. I'll be a capital C, can't, capital U, understand, normal thinking, because we all know that's what it means, right? Can't understand normal thinking, capitalize all the first ones, and if they don't get it, well, they're a fucktard too. Oh, I see you can't understand normal thinking. It's what you got to do. You know, you got to play the game. And if they're trolling you, let us know. Let us know you got to troll. Link us up. We'll go report the son of a bitch. If they can get making you fucking and calling you names and shit and making you mad, don't get mad. Remain polite because you got the upper hand. You know the truth. Fuck them. Fuck them. Come up with a few. Come up with a few over the years. Learn how to talk to people. Oh. Apparently not good enough for most people though. I gotta send him over to Homebrew. He's got really good videos, and he's not gonna cuss you out like I do. In general, I mean, John, I've been over there reporting your trolls too, motherfucker. Picking on someone else. They're fucking bullies, man. They need to be fucking reported every time they fucking come in and do the 92 fucking comment lines. That's ridiculous. Go look at your fucking sky and shut the fuck up. Oh my God. Follow directions. After the full moon, you're going to see Tycho at the very top. It's already setting at 10. 10 o'clock is well beyond 9. Kiss my ass. God, these people. But he's gonna make it okay for a one-time fucking view only of fucking Southern Hemisphere from Colorado. Watch it. Watch. He'd be like, no, look, here's the pattern of this is why they're seeing it like this. This explains it all. It's normal. Then suck a dick. It ain't normal. Jesus Christ. When somebody goes out of their way to make it okay for somebody in Australia to see that moon upside down, John, he made fun of the fucking footage he gave John, but he didn't know where it came from. Found out where it came from, he had to backtrack and make it okay for the moon to be upside down in fucking Australia one time ever. Just because his friend fucking took the picture. Good job, John. Oh my God. And then the same thing with the Four Corners shit. You're getting these things from real people. They're like, hey, motherfucker, are you seriously bad mouthing my shit? So he turned it back into what? Field rotation. Field rotation took the fucking shadow everywhere that it made it quite apparent that Tycho crater's not along with it, though. Are you fucking kidding me? It wasn't lit up. God, it was just that thin crescent. See, that's why once you see somebody going to that effort, it's over. They're done. They're reaching the straws. But I don't see nothing letting it go. How long we fought over this field rotation shit? It's over now. Now we got it, and it should be at the forefront of waking everybody up. And like I said, hey, if they ain't interested in that, we got unified field. We got hieroglyphs. We got all kinds of shit we could offer. Just start them waking up if they're interested. A little bit for everybody. I wish old Albert and fucking Nicola were still around. That'd be an interesting conversation, I think. It seems like they were onto it, but they didn't quite understand what they were onto back in the day before even Einstein came around with his theory of relativity. They were calling it like liquid energy or some shit, and finding it, interactions between us throughout experiments and shit, and they killed it. They killed it before it got too good because it was hitting too close to home. It's electromagnetics. That was from that. Did you see that fucking show? Did you go over there and see his Robert Shepard or Shepard Seffer? That's his name, Seffer. It's a fucking awesome video. Well, it was Ra that led me to reading them hieroglyphs, and them hieroglyphs led me to the unified field. This is stuff they didn't even have. They definitely don't want it out, but it's out. It's too late. People are knowing. I just want to know where the fuck my Nobel Prize is, brother. You stay safe, for fuck's sake. Crazy. I guess EMP attacked both his fucking eyebags. He just took him to a specialist, see if he could get some shit out of it. I don't know. I'm sure he'll go live and tell us at some point. Keep your heads on swivels and get this information out here. No way they can't do anything about it to anybody. What are they going to do? Cower. They will cower in front of us. Give everybody their hearts. Give everybody the creator and their mama. They'll see soon enough the blue kachina and cower in fear, and that's not what we need to do. We need to be helping mama, standing strong. It's as many as we can wake up at this point. As far as I'm concerned, I'm balls out. Doing this 12 hours a day or more. Let's blow some magma out. Let's cut these things off.
I must have dreamed 1,000 dreams.
I got my game last.
Moving into the street.
That's the mindset. Like a lot.
I'm losing control of my power. This is the time. This is the place. Tell me that's the future. It's not much of your life.
That's how you make a Sherlock.
This is the world we live in. These are the hands
Yay!
let's start trying to make it a place where we
What's the eyeball fight?
My generation will put it right. We're not just making promises. We know we'll never be. There's too many men, too many people making too many promises. It's not much of your love. Can't you see this is another confusion? Now this is the world we live in. And these are the hands we give up. You never let's start trying to make it a place worth fighting for. This is the world we live in. And these are the names we give up. Stand up and let's start showing. Just let our minds are going to.
Then just past the phase Alex.
Oh, that's what he's got! A scorpion! That would be...
You're into something new and you want to get good at it, like really good at it. YouTube Premium can help with that. You can study back to back to back without ads. You can download videos so you can keep learning, even when you don't have Wi-Fi or data. And you can keep listening with your screen locked. Upgrade to YouTube Premium. Start your free trial today.
Don't even get myself flying. Start smoking. Don't do that. I got lucky.
Master, when the dreams that I've been after, Master, promise don't be lies. Laughter, I hear a tears, laughter, laughing at my cries. Just don't rhyme without a reason. Never break your face. Give the love a day. Now your life without a reason. I will run you fly. I will help you die. I will run through you. I will run you down. Just go, doctor. Obey your master. Your life burns brighter. Obey your master. In your mind, that's the thing. Discover living without you scream. Master. Discover living without you scream. Master. No women from enough I'm the man giving the hot file with every face smile. Some of us are impossible, I'm the never went off way, don't learn, y'all. I tried to work on the only sound of it. Another day gone, another night gone. Start pushing for me in the ground, the never went off way, don't learn. How can I feel this empty? I wanna know, come on, this time. It's a number. Some mine again, I don't believe it. I get the feeling. I think you know it's just on the most time that never went away completely. Till I'm course again. Getting the final moments when I feel you die in the silence. I live a lie. Don't you know I've been with you and I wasn't ready for asylum? Relive a lie to let go. Now it's dragging me into your grave. No asylum, forget the lie. Overcome and the feeling that I will get to join you in time. When the loneliness is killing me. I never love what we fall night again. Every door empty, they don't tell me. Punishment for me, a moral crime that was never paid completely. Till service courses, getting the final moment when I have broken things. I feel you lie in the silence. I live a lie. Don't you know I'm in love with you and I wasn't made for asylum? Relive a lie to let go. Now it's dragging me into your grave. Your asylum, forget the lie. Overcome and the feeling that I will get to join you in time. But the loneliness is killing me. You need to question your belief. You need to realize someday how you understand. This has gone on too long. What more to call it? Mr. Lawyer, come to life. Because the memories killing me. In the silence, I live a lie. I let go, now it's getting me into your grave. Our asylum, we live a lie. Overcome and the feeling and how you.
Yes, we're still listening. I need to hire me a radio monkey to navigate this shit. What the fuck? Are you kidding me? YouTube.
This is a fucking hot one.
Having a good day over here, making some crazy shit. How y'all doing? Heard my feeling go off. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yep, that's where it is. You haven't mentioned the odd wobble? Yeah. Awesome. So where did you catch it at Rise? Did you catch it at Rise? Is it, I guess it's probably rising for me right about now. You said 6:30. That's exactly where it's supposed to be. It's exactly where it's supposed to be. Is it rising or is it up in the air a good bit? Because at Rise, it's usually about 4 o'clock, then it'll roll. Okay, so it's already rolled to probably to what? I don't know. What position's it in right now? Probably I'd say about 6. If it's up high, 6, 6:30, pushing 7. It's over. I think your spell check fucked up on you. Over the ocean, nice. Nice. Okay, so it's up around 6 o'clock then. It's about where it belongs now. Okay. Because it comes up, it's about 4 o'clock. It don't belong there either. And it's probably about 6 o'clock. It'll keep rolling. It'll get up around 8 pretty soon. East at 6. Yeah, it's 5:20 here. So I said it's probably just rising real soon here. I don't even know if my sky's clear. We'll see. I got people with trees in front of me too, so it's hard to see at Rise sometimes, unless I'm on the 50 down here getting me some Lucy's tacos. We usually watch it Rise on the east then. It's about to set then for you, Kat. What's it look like? It's probably, I'd say, a couple hours from set, actually. It's too cloudy to see. Uh, yeah, it's been going a little bit high lately. It's kind of crazy. Because after the full moon's the best time to see it because it's in the morning and it's about to set, and you ain't got to stay up so fucking late, like 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, and see it fucking setting at 10 o'clock. It's not going to hit 12 o'clock tonight, not until after the full moon. It'll go above 9, which is way out of its ordinary house. But after the full moon, it will go up to about 12, 1 o'clock, sometimes 2 after the full moon. Good. Good. Then you should get a pretty decent view of it. But you still have quite a few hours left of moon to roll. I need to get myself something to eat. I got chicken soup upstairs. Let me go stir that. Let me go stir that and see what that is looking like.
Darkest corners of the internet will get a place in Congress with human for more and more. Step 1, Fox, BetMGM Sports. Step 2, go.
Be right back.
Looking at my own reflection, when suddenly it changes. My reality it changes. How long will this stop turning back now? Woken up the demon. Yeah, get up, come on, get down with the sickness. Get up, come on, get down with the sickness. Get up, come on, get down with the sickness. Open up your face and never run away. Get up, come on, get down with the sickness. You wanna get up, come on, get down with the sickness. You wanna get up, come on, get down with the sickness. I need to stop, get back and give it to me. I can see inside you the sickness is lying. Say, don't try to deny what you feel. When you give it to me, it seems that all that once good has died. And this day when you give it to me, it seems you're having some trouble in dealing with these changes. Living with these changes. Now the world is a scary place. Now that you opened up the page. Yeah, man. Get up, come on, get down with the sickness. Get up, come on, get down with the sickness. Get up, come on, get down with the sickness. Something out your and then get on the link. Get up, come on, get down with the sickness. You wanna get up, come on, get down with the sickness. You wanna get up, come on, get down with the sickness. And this is something that I can give it to me. Not dream. Oh, wow. Get up, come on, get down with the sickness. Get up, come on, get down with the sickness. Get up, come on, get down with the sickness. Open up your face and then open the face. Get up, come on, get down with the sickness. You wanna get up, come on, get down with the sickness. You wanna get up, come on, get down with the sickness. That's it, that's out, come on, mate.
The darkest corners of the internet might get a place in Congress if Lauren Boebert does.
Prophecy is upon us.
wanna make you run away. And alone inside, and alone. You're always hiding me as your so-called goddess. So what? You don't think that we can see your face? Resurrected back before the final falling. Now never rest until I can make my own way. I'm not afraid of fading. Stand alone. You let your speak down inside me. I'm not dying for it. Stand alone. Never ending that I believe is fading. Stand alone. Inside stand alone. Now it's my time to dream on the sky. Make me believe that this place is simply by the poison in me.
Motherfucking chicken soup.
Help me decide if my fire will burn out before you can breathe. Breathe into me.
See if I got anything educational to listen to. Fucking geek.
You lay your state down inside me. I'm not dying for it. I'm alone. Never ending that I believe is fading. I'm alone. Inside inside.
Oh,
Finally, nice and
What if everyone needs to value than the
May I?
with affordable rates, even if you missed a few payments.
Looks like you're covered.
Go to the general and save some time.
Sometime in the 8th or 9th century, somewhere on the island of Great Britain, an unknown British poet clambered through the rubble of an overgrown ruin. Like so many people from this age, which has been called the Dark Ages, we don't know this poet's name. We don't know when they were born or when they died, even where they're from. But they wrote a poem in the language of Old English that has survived to this day. And that poem gives us a glimpse into the lost and decaying world they inhabited. It was a
I'm
world
glad you got a good view.
scattered with the enormous crumbling ruins.
Yeah, if it's out on the ocean, you still got hours to go. That's gonna roll good for you.
How wondrous this wallstone, shattered by fate. Castles are smashed, the work of giants crumbled. Ruined are the roofs, tumbled the towers, broken the barred gates. Frost and plaster shielding gaping. Assured may Alder
I won't be up that late tonight.
This poem is known simply as The Ruin.
Yes,
and
chicken
it's thought
soup.
the ruin it describes is that of the British Roman town.
Homemade, I mean like
The
chunky
poem itself
chicken
has come
fucking
down to
soup.
us as something of a ruined object too. It was damaged by fire at some point in history, so that its words break off.
That actually
and
looks like,
just like
I throw the whole
masonry.
chicken in there and that looks like something Patches would like right there.
But what we have is a picture of the crumbling, ruined building.
I got
and
big
the
chunks of
effect
meat
it
in
had
that.
on the poet.
Mm.
You can almost feel the light.
And occasionally the
falling
oh
from
shit,
roof
that's a big chunk
and
of meat.
smell still water.
And
while
occasionally a
children's
bone.
baths stood. You can picture the solitary figure of the poet
It's good
clambering
stuff.
over the piles of masonry, and you can almost hear them wondering, who built this place? How did they construct the vaults of these cavernous halls?
Mm.
And why, after everything they built,
Almost dropped.
did they leave it all behind?
Oh yeah, I'm still gonna be here for a half an hour. I'm chilling. It's my work night. I'm working a little bit. I just want to save some for tomorrow because I need to work on my birthday. I just do. I always do, and I will this year too if I have the strength in me.
My name's Paul Cooper, and you're listening to the Fall of Civilization podcast. Each episode, I look at the civilization of the past that rose to glory and then collapsed into the ashes of history. I want to ask, what did they have in common? What led to their fall? And what did it feel like to be a person alive at the time who witnessed the end of their world? In this episode of Fall of Civilizations, I want to look not at the collapse of a whole empire, but at just one part of it, the island of Great Britain as it was under the rule of the Roman Empire. I want to show how a great civilization was built almost overnight and endured the test of centuries against overwhelming odds. I want to explore its fatal flaws and describe what happened after its final dramatic collapse. At the time the poetry of The Ruin was written, Roman Britain was already a distant memory. It was remembered as a time of giants and legends. But for nearly 4 centuries until its fall, Britannia had been one of the Roman Empire's most enduring possessions. To get to the start of this story, we have to rewind back through the centuries to the 1st century BC, when the power and confidence of the Roman Empire was at its height. This was the very twilight of the period we call the Roman Republic. And in this period, Rome was still a kind of democracy. While power was concentrated in the wealthy and landowning classes, Rome did hold elections, and the power of the Senate acted as a check on the might of its rulers. Under this system, Rome had conquered vast swathes of territory across Europe, into Greece and Turkey, and along the North African coast. Its empire was vast and constantly expanding. But at this point, the ragged chalk coast of the British Isles was still the frontier of what the Romans called the known world. Britain for Rome was a mysterious and frightening place. According to Plutarch, some even believed the island of Britain was a legend.
Y'all are scary over there, he said.
The island furnished much matter at its peace. Some argued that its name
I hear him talking about it, Cat.
fabricated, that it had never existed.
Although the crossing from mainland Europe to the British Isles is only 30 kilometers at its narrowest point,
Who's got that damn
it's a body of
documentary
water exposed to
accent,
the
don't
harsh
he?
weather system of the North Sea and North Atlantic. The Roman historian Ammianus Marcellinus describes its dangerous and unpredictable nature.
A narrow space of sea that swells with dreadful surges and then sinks again into these flat, level plains.
By the middle of the 1st century BC, this treacherous and unpredictable crossing had already defeated the ambitions of several generals and emperors. Julius Caesar famously invaded the British Isles twice, in 55 and 54 BC, and both of these campaigns did little more than sink Roman life and treasure into the marshy lands of Kent and the Thames Valley. Caesar would go on to gather all of the power of Rome's institutions to himself, and he would pass Rome on to his successor, Caesar Augustus, as a dictatorship. Augustus, who ruled as the first Roman emperor, planned 3 separate invasions of Britain that each fizzled out uselessly. And generations later, the notorious mad Emperor Caligula even amassed a great invasion force of 200,000 men on the Normandy coast, poised to take the island of Britain for Rome. And this attempt might have been successful had Caligula not been the mad emperor. On a whim, he reportedly ordered his men to give up the invasion of Britain and gather seashells from the Normandy beaches instead. Britain for the Romans was an unobtainable prize. It was a land of mystery, peopled by wild and unpredictable barbarians. After returning from
2,000 motherfucking soldiers out there picking up seashells.
Palpable horror about the British inhabitants.
Something wrong with that boy.
Most of the inland inhabitants do not sow corn, but live on milk and flesh, and are clad with skins. All the Britons dye themselves with woad, which gives them a bluish colour and a terrifying appearance in battle. They wear their hair long and have every part of their body shaved, except the head and upper lip.
It was the Emperor Claudius who finally enveloped this wild and dangerous place into the Empire of Rome. Claudius successfully landed 4 legions, that's 20,000 men, on the British coast. He waited behind on the continent, perhaps wisely considering the failures of his predecessors. And he must have listened eagerly as every new report came back to him, as his men landed in Kent, crossed its chalk downs and valleys, and marched north to the river estuaries of the Thames. There, an enormous mass of British fighters awaited them. The battle went on for 2 days, an incredibly long battle in an era that was mostly characterized by short and brutal confrontations. And after a fierce resistance, the British forces retreated to the banks of the River Thames. The Romans followed, wading and swimming through the marshes of Essex, using their engineering expertise to build bridges across the swampy ground. And after a final bloody clash, British resistance was crushed. It wasn't until victory was all but assured that the Emperor Claudius himself arrived on British shores. Famously, he brought with him a terrifying symbol of Roman power, a tamed war elephant.
Fuck, I ate that shit quick. That was good.
To the poor Britons witnessing the arrival of their conquerors,
I'm going to go get another bowl soon.
The heavy thuds of its footfalls and the rattling of
after I finish down here
must have ended
that'll
any
suffice me for a while.
Of successful resistance. Roman troops swept across the rest of the country with ruthless efficiency, into Wales and the British Midlands, subduing tribes as they went. But when they reached the rugged heath and hills of Caledonia, that's modern Scotland, the Romans met their match. These lands were ruled by fierce confederations of tribes, among them powerful warrior clans like the Picts and the Maeotids. The Roman historian Cassius Dio writes about these peoples.
These tribes inhabit wild and waterless mountains and desolate and swampy plains, possessing neither walls, cities, nor tilled fields. They dwell in tents, naked and unshod, and they are very fond of plundering.
We don't know what the Picts called themselves.
Doesn't sound so bad.
Of their language has survived. The word Pict is what the Romans called them, and it comes from the same root as the English word Pict. It means painted, referring to the brilliant war paint they wore into battle.
Well, you're flipping out in the north.
Today we know them by the beautiful.
Is that where your moon is tonight?
They left across Scotland, decorated with mesmerizing walls, curves, But whatever else we know about them, we know that these tribal people fought with enough ferocity that the Roman advance was halted. The Picts knew their land well, and they were well versed in what we today would call guerrilla warfare. The Romans knew when to quit. They ceased their advance and declared the border with Caledonia to be the final limit of their empire. They built forts along a jutting cliff around the whole width of the country, a shelf of igneous dolerite that formed a natural barrier between the Roman lands and the lands of the Picts. One rare writing tablet, found in a rubbish heap in one of these forts and dated to the year 92 AD, shows the Roman frustration with their ongoing battles with this bunch of ragtag natives.
The Britons are unprotected by armor. There are very many cavalry. The cavalry do not use swords, nor do the Britunculi take up fixed positions to throw their javelins.
The word Britunculi is interesting.
I think I'm going to wrap it up over here, finish these few, and go take me an early siesta tonight.
And it gives you a sense
instead of staying up until you get up again. I'll be in bed till morning.
In the year 120 AD,
they'll be old again.
Hadrian visited Britain, and he was
I gotta call Angel's
the Roman
mom.
troops there.
Wish her a happy birthday.
But he was impressed with the natural fortification given by this ridge of volcanic stone they were camped on. He ordered this barrier to be made more fortified, with the construction of what would become the largest Roman artifact in the world. A mighty wall stretching 135 kilometers.
Oh, cat is here.
This border wall would be known as Hadrian's Wall, and the Romans defended it.
No, it's been called off.
Cavalry stationed in a string of forts all the way along.
It's been called off.
And the Romans weren't satisfied with this border. They would make multiple attempts to push it further north.
So I'll get another day or two work.
But all of these attempts would fail.
That's all right. I still got another week before race day.
They even built another wall.
That'll give me more time to work.
160 kilometers further to the north, at the narrowest point of the British Isles. It spans 63 kilometers from coast to coast, but it turned out to be useless. The land of Caledonia was ungoverned, and the Antonine Wall was abandoned each time it was tried. Its stone and peaty earth, Scottish wall. But Hadrian's barrier stood. Rome led occasional scouting parties out to the space between the two walls. They went
I might have a local or two to eat some stuff.
And the Romans knew when to spot a bargain. Vast hoards of Roman coins found north of Hadrian's Wall suggest that for at least some of the time, Rome was paying the Picts to hold back their attacks.
Yes.
Meanwhile,
sell.
South of this
See, I work
stone,
and then I sell my glass.
Into a resting peace.
Most of my relaxation time is spent around my kids. In the morning.
The most famous of these led by the warrior queen of the Iceni tribe, only 17 years after the conquest of southern Britain. Rome crushed this adventure brutally, and with it, some of the last organized resistance.
I should go up here and play him a game of chess. I got a glass chess
set. Britannia would never quite be pacified.
I got a whole set sitting up there.
Everyone knows that old saying that Rome wasn't built in a day. But in Roman regional capitals like London and Colchester, these cities really did seem to go up overnight.
We probably will,
Singapore
actually.
Or Dubai, the photos of those cities in the 1980s, you might get a sense of how it must have felt to live in the decades after the Romans arrived.
Yeah, oh yeah, I will. You bet.
A small marshy town suddenly transformed.
I'm going to ask him if he's ever had his ass whooped with his glass chess set.
Despite their colourful pantheon of gods, the real religion of the Romans was the religion of urbanism, the cult of the city. And they replicated the structure of Rome in every city they built. In London, Rome built an ornate forum and a theatre, enormous public buildings with marble fronts and tiled roofs, unlike anything Britain's seen before. A new elite of Roman governors, civil servants, and statesmen poured in, and their luxurious villas went up around the countryside. These residences were resplendent, with mosaics and baths, even underfloor heating.
Nice.
And each city they built became another hub, and a network of roads along which imperial commodities moved. Urban Britain
They had underfloor heating in the prison in Fairmount. They killed all the prisoners.
Olive oil from Spain, along with pepper.
They call it prison sickness and prison fever. He's dying of carbon monoxide.
Britain supplied precious metals to the Western world. Gold, silver, as well as lead and iron. Perhaps most importantly, the shores of Cornwall and Devon were a rich source of tin, a rare metal in the ancient world that was crucial for making bronze. But despite these benefits, Britannia was always a costly possession. Records show that larger amounts of resources were poured into the island than were ever taken out. And some at least must have realized the empire couldn't fund this outpost forever. The colony was due to its countryside, a hotbed of rebellion.
Yeah, I like this guy. He gives a very dry version of it, but
timber, turf-walled roundhouses.
It's interesting.
And here, tribal loyalty was greater sway than any loyalty people felt to their Roman governors. A good way to think about the situation is to look at the recent occupation of Iraq by the United States, Britain, and their allies. In Roman times, fortified green zones went up across
fucking
Britain
hash will make you sweat.
Walled compounds where foreign administrators poured in to enforce the new structure of imperial society. Tomb inscriptions from York show imperial officials coming from as far as Africa, France, Sardinia, and Greece. A rotating cast of governors came and went too. These figures often stayed in their posts for only 3 years or so, and none of them were native to Britain. And although we don't have complete records, there's also no evidence of native Britain ever rising to the social rank necessary to govern. This is a situation quite different to other Roman colonies like Gaul, where Rome made people on board the imperial project. So while some Britons might have felt the material benefits of Roman rule, it seems they never really felt part of the shared destiny that bound the rest of the empire together during its height.
I like stuff like this. I just don't like
perhaps partly for this reason. It seems the British
mainstream truther channels.
One step from anarchy.
Not my favorite, and that's most of the links that I do get.
From within was coupled with
I like Viper, and DDX,
and the rich traffic of trade coming to it from
Mystery
Europe
World,
also created
stuff like that.
Mystery and piracy.
But I'm already southern.
Seagoing tribes like the Saxons became increasingly bold, braving the stormy waters of the
I like research shit. I've got, oh my god, I've got archives of stuff saved from.
So even in this first century of Roman rule in Britain,
from the Britain and
like can began to bear in from every side.
Museums out there, their readings of the Sumerian text and their storytellings and the chimeras and all that shit. They go over all that shit with that fucking geek ass motherfucker that's a Sumerian text reader.
Put yourself in the position of a person living in the ancient
I'd like
world.
to talk to his ass.
When times are good, you feel secure enough to store your silver coins or your gold jewelry in your home or in the family vault, or even in an early form of bank. But when times are bad,
I can't remember his name though.
You might bury your silver as an extra precaution, or you do so in a panic when you see the first plumes of black smoke begin to show over the horizon. And in times of mild unrest, people would come back to dig these up again later, once the danger had passed. And if the unrest is serious enough,
bury yourself.
There might not be anyone left to retrieve it. In that case, the coins remain in the ground with the dates and emperors stamped meticulously on their surface. This is bad news for their owner, of course.
RH negative
for archaeologists who want to track a region's
the blood type.
Of unrest. I'm going to pick up our story again.
Does A negative count?
Britain will once again burying their coins in record numbers, right as the 2nd century draws to a close. Since the end of the
Does A negative count? Because if so, I'm just gonna have to fucking like it. I'm A negative. I have hexagonal eyes that change colors. You haven't noticed? They change colors swiftly. It is what it is. It's the new bloodline. What can I say? We were injected with more Anunnaki DNA than anybody else. I'm of a bloodline that's pretty fresh from Jesus, apparently. That's what I'm looking at. I don't know. I don't know. I do know this. I got a magnet, and that is what Creator worries about. I don't know. I wasn't there. What do you think about A negative bloodlines? Because I got one in my butt. It's all over me. I don't know. I just got introduced to that world recently myself. The A negative's supposed to be Jesus's cup or some shit. I haven't really looked into it. That's some Vatican shit. I don't know. I don't know. Yet. And it didn't seem too important to me anyway. I've never cared where people are from, personally. But yes, is supposed to be Jesus' cup. See, yeah, it kind of weirds me out. I've told you I'm adopted, and it takes an act of Congress to see who my dad is, right?
The charlatans and the soldiers leap out at us from their history. I want to avoid getting dragged too much into relating stories of each and every person who had a role in the collapse of Roman Britain.
Yeah, I started looking at that after I started reading all this shit, and I was like, well, fuck.
So we get a sense
That's
of the
odd.
kind of person responsible for what happens next.
That's
And
odd.
the first character in this story is a man named Clodius Albinus. That's because Albinus is one of the first generals to make what I will call the British mistake.
Keep your head on a swivel, Heather. I don't know if it's true. I don't know if anything's true until I see it. I tell you this much: I've seen real tanks moving up the highway at points that I've never seen in the United States.
But the name Albinus means white.
If they have a tank, they'll usually roll it on a train. But I mean, they had it on the highway, and maybe a month ago, I saw it out there driving along. And I was like, "What the fuck? The tank." Who isn't working? I'm trying. Something's going on. I don't know what the fuck. Anna just balked on me. So I'm just blowing glass till next week. I think it was just the fucking cold, nasty fucking weather we've had. Put a dip in it till this weekend. We'll see. Denver's always crazy anyway. And they're fucking way up there and cold. I wouldn't want to go out. Are you in Colorado? It's fucking cold here. A borrowed mule. Poor Glenn. Yeah, people like to do that. I'm lucky. I latched on to something fun to do. It's a bitch sometimes though. I'm sitting here with like I'm broke. I got gas to get me where I need to go. But yeah, I need to make me some local money here. So I'm gonna start making phone calls tomorrow. Setting appointments for next week, Monday maybe. God. Oh, I got a bunch of glass. I need to sell it. I've been waiting on honor. I hate it when this happens. Because I know I'm going to end up selling everything. I wanted to show her. At least I hope I do. I hope I have a good day. I have to start calling motherfuckers. See if she's the only one. Man, I doubt she's the only one busy. Not been busy. Still calling everybody. See what's up. Still need some restock. I got some unique pieces this time too. I got some dragon. I got that 2-piece Shirley. Yeah, I got that with the fucking mica on it. That's nice. I got a couple bubblers. Wax is the shit, man. Wax is the shit. I like it. It doesn't stick too much like boogers. It goes right on your fucking bowl and you strike it up. Did you see my baby dragon, Glenn? I made a baby dragon. It sits in my palm.
He rode over Albinus's mangled body and then paraded his head on a pike. He beheaded his family and purged his followers.
Damn. He didn't like the guy.
And the Senate got quietly back to life. Albinus had lost everything. But his dash for Rome also cost his profit dearly. Over the long 2 years he had been at war, Albinus had left Britannia completely undefended. And with no garrison, the land was defended.
You didn't see it?
So people employed by these men to make them bread, swords, and swords, prepare the leather of their stirrups. All these people suddenly had no job. While outside forces,
I'll tell you this much, I've got a fucking full glass chess set too, and if she don't want it right now, I gotta sell it right now. I'll make her another one. That's just the way it is. If I have to go out selling glass, I'm gonna go out. That's my baby dragon. He's probably about the half size of yours. But he's cute as hell. He looks like a little baby.
Very Ferrari. Running the country, carrying off treasure, destroying those things.
So that's the part I'm calling British.
I'm keeping him next to my elephant. I'm getting a nice little collection of glass over here.
Any force to hold Britain could also take Rome. And so the moment the imperial crown grabbed,
yeah, he's got a big
one. Pile all the soldiers on the ship.
Yeah, her having me do the elephant made me want to make a dragon when I got in a shitty mood the other day. Like, I'm just gonna make a dragon.
he led a huge
Fix me a
army
little dragon up.
to drive the attackers back to the land. But Severus didn't have out his way from Britain. It seems this ill-conceived adventure achieved nothing, with the border exactly where it had always been.
Oh my god! I would have loved for you to come by.
He was part of the love.
Well, thank you. Thank you. It's a.
One thing we will learn,
Yeah.
of course, in this series, is that the fall of
Yeah, it's another day to drink coffee.
Roman rule ended in different parts of Britain.
I don't know what I'm going to make tomorrow, so I kind of want to save some gas. I've got about 1,200 pounds right now. So I'm thinking I'm going to finish this off. I just made a nice, man, everything I've made today has been nice. Look at that honeycomb. The motherfuckers, big time.
Incessant civil wars, rampant inflation, crippled the Roman economy, and German tribes
Nice, thick, fucking magnified honeycomb on that.
like 1,000 different crashes break down.
Little 3 holes.
And in all of this, despite the emperor,
I did one with an eyeball with 3D eye and shit. Kind of looked like a ghoul's eye on the head of the pipe. And then I did another one that was a corkscrew. 2-piece carved like this one. This one failed. Not today. This failed a long time ago. 2-piece Sherlock like this with a big chunk of mica in it. I'm gonna show that tomorrow for the thumbnail because of the mica is fucking beautiful. It came out perfect. My neighbor's bricks are pink. Let's go look at my sky and see what's going on.
Bitter civil wars. He was ultimately crowned emperor.
We'll take him with
of
us.
the Eastern and the Western Roman empires. For much of the 3rd century, Rome was at war with itself, and the events of this time changed the empire forever.
Oh, that's pretty.
Rome's emperors were now militarily strong. Trade across the empire had broken down, impoverishing its people, while at the same time Rome's wealthy were now an ultra-rich elite, far richer than they had ever been in history. Meanwhile, the empire's enemies grew
What are
stronger
you doing?
and more organized,
Get out of here.
learning how to play to Rome's weaknesses. One event soon lay bare just how far the Roman Empire's power had fallen, and it's remembered
Cold
to
up in that
history
laundry room.
as the Great Barbarian Conspiracy.
Pissed. I just came up for
To
a
set the
cameo.
scene, we have to imagine the winter of
She's like, what the
367
fuck, dude?
on the
Where
Roman
you
garrison
going?
at Hadrian's Wall. The winters in this part of the world are harsh. Cruel winds and rain would have lashed the men stationed at the wall,
their breath visible in the air. This was the last bastion against the wild
Yeah, mine
tribes
is,
of the
you can
north.
see, is very
Conditions
cloudy. I
fell
can't
apart.
see my sky tonight
Let
yet.
us these soldiers
I'm
know
hoping it
that
clears
time
out. It might.
like the
It looks
cold
more
that
choppy to the back that way than it does that way. It looks dark and foreboding over there. Ugh.
Exactly what was behind the decision.
That's the east, just heading that way. Should be.
Perhaps it was hunger, cold,
You
or
never
fear.
know around here.
Perhaps they were even bribed. There was no shortage of broken coins north of the wall, let's remember. Whatever the reason, the soldiers
Yep,
were
thank
defending
you.
the empire's northern border.
This is true. This is
They
true.
changed sides.
Fuck.
And allowed
See,
the
I ain't
Roman
even gone and got myself a bottle of
across
liquor.
the wall. This horde swept down
Damn it.
and villages of Northumbria.
Oh well.
Villages
I still got a little
men
green
and
butter.
women were put to the sword. But before the Romans could send the usual
I
reinforcements,
get ounce of mushrooms. Ha ha! How good a day do I want my birthday to be?
Gothi from Ireland and Saxons from Germania began to land on British coast.
Oh boy.
At the same time, parties of Franks and Saxons landed on the mainland.
I've had that fucking ounce of mushrooms for fucking
And these
months.
didn't seem like random attacks.
I've
They
used
seemed
like
be coordinated raids.
Cap out of it.
The so-called
The whole
barbarian
cap.
tribe had ever attempted before. They completely
Don't send me no
overwhelmed the
mushrooms.
Everywhere
Somebody
the
sent them
Roman
to me in the mail.
cities were
Fucking, I was like, well,
and amid the chaos,
I didn't want to throw them
small
away.
units of soldiers
And then Anna said, eat them. And I was like, well, I'm kind of old for that. And she's like, well, you can handle it. And then I put it in my coffee, and I was like, damn, that's pretty good. But they're legal out there.
It's the scene of pure chaos.
Nectaridas, the commanding general of the seacoast, was killed, and another
Ah, shit.
for the thousands was ambushed by the enemy and taken prisoner. The Atacotti, a warlike race of men,
Tell you what, they're good in
were
coffee.
raging wild and
They
causing
really
great
are.
devastation, while the Galaxies
Glenn.
annihilated the
He could have been a fly on the wall. My son's standing there being like, what's that? And I'm like, well, it's mushrooms. I said, this isn't the kind of mushrooms kids want to eat. I said, well, maybe. He just walked away.
Theodosius defeated some in battle, and he offered an amnesty to others.
He's not like I was. My dad would have fucking opened a box of fucking mushrooms and chopped and shit myself.
It wouldn't be too much to this something like the September 11th attack on the United States. These were coordinated, brutal strikes, calculated to cause maximum fear and damage, and they shook the very core of the empire. Rome's confidence.
It was an interesting day, but yeah, I put them away, forgot about them for the longest time.
The empire's reduced ability to protect itself was one factor in the collapse of Roman Britain, but it was only one of many. Britannia's economy.
You wouldn't do it again. That's what I said. I doubt if I'm going to have that good of a birthday. You see me eating an ounce of mushrooms, going out. God knows what would happen.
Iron production. Whole kilns were abandoned, and the price of iron.
Oh, Jesus. Happy fucking birthday.
The sewers in Canterbury started clogging up, and no one bothered to clear them. A thick layer of silt also began to build up in the public baths that everywhere stood as a symbol of Roman civilization. This decline was beginning to seep into every aspect of British life. But it was one man, an ambitious, hot-headed general called Magnus Maximus, who would play a pivotal part in tipping the land over to its final fall. It's often said, we're told that if we study its lessons, we can avoid making the same mistakes twice. But I think that happens a lot less than people realize. Events are so complex, nothing ever really happens.
So I hear the polls are neck and neck. I must be giving Trump a hell of a race out there. Y'all quit voting for me. I ain't going to be the president.
Feel like people keep doing the same thing over and over, like the rerun of a movie we've seen.
They ain't going to see it.
Magnus Maximus had been a reader of history. If he had read the story of that previous governor of Britain, Albinus.
I know Biden ain't keeping up with that motherfucker. I don't give a shit.
Little differently as the 4th century entered its final decade.
Oh. That's the only thing I've heard about the election so far. That's because I was listening to one of my educational programs the other day, and it clicked over to some kind of newscast about the. And I was like, yeah, fuck this. Talking to some Trump dude. Well, what we're looking at, we're fucking killing them. I'm like,
Maximus was also interested.
That's not what I want to listen to.
A religion that was outlawed in the Roman
Give a
Empire
fuck.
only 1 lifetime before.
They all the same people.
Maximus was assigned.
And look.
He brought down an army of Picts and Scots.
Oh shit.
Overrun Hadrian's
My
Wall,
paws don't work.
perhaps bold by Rome's recent weakness. After crushing this threat.
Obama, Biden, $100 billion to the Saudis. Everybody freaks out because they're our enemy, right? I mean, shooting bullets at our soldiers and shit. You give them to ISIS, Al Qaeda, whole fucking spread, et cetera, et cetera. That's a story. Then all of a sudden we got Trump, 400 billion to the same fucking Saudi enemy. I'm tired of voting for the fucking least, fucking the evil, because it's fucking evil. Period. Good night, Cat. We gotta stand up to this system. It's been pitting us against each other with this fucking election coming up for too long, and it doesn't count. Or especially the head, the president, vice president, are handed to us by an electoral college that gets their marching orders from somebody other than the voter, and they will tell you that all the way up to like the electoral college. They ain't got to pay attention, and they don't. They're told who the president is already. It's delegates delegating authority from the fucking corporation that we signed our lives to after fucking Civil War in 1871. And their family has been in rule ever since. It's been the Crown Vatican DC Corporation in reality and practice and contract. We were free for about 36 years by my best guesstimations. Because we went in about 1812, started fucking around in Canada, and thought Canada wanted to be liberated, and Canada didn't want no part of it. They started beating the fuck out of us with the Brits, and they burned down the White House. 1814, they signed a treaty again. Treaty again dictated our borders, where we could place troops and where we can still place troops to this day. In the United States borders, there's some places we can't put troops, and that would include the Great Lakes. No war vessels or anything like that on the Great Lakes. Still to this day. Of course, we're friends with Canada, but that's because we got contracted to it back in the day. We got our asses whooped by y'all Canucks. And a lot of people don't talk about that because that's actually the anchor that got the crown in, because it lined up the finance to the UK, because we owed them a fucking shit ton of money, and yeah, it went all downhill. Eventually, like I said, Crown Vatican, that's exactly who we were supposed to be getting away from, and now it's the Crown Vatican DC Corporation, like in your face. 180 nations lockdown over a fucking flu virus with a very, I'm telling you, it's because they wanted you to get used to it. They don't want you to fucking want to wear your mask. You're like, oh, fuck this shit. Be wary of fucking wave 2 people. It's going to be deadly. They're going to wave down on fucking martial law. They're going to interstate travel restrict. And we're going to start seeing some fucking natural disasters pop off. Big time. Just we're in the quickening. We're in the next 4 years going to be rough. Ken McAllister, what'd he say? Yeah, he put out one yesterday. Let's listen to it again because it's fucking awesome. I love his work. Or McClellan, not Alice. McClellan.
In times in creation.
Why talk about it? We can listen to it.
Today we might talk about.
I need to finish this
thing.
I fucking love this guy.
You mentioned that this period of God's thus far slow.
But listen to what he says about the age of the blue sun. The next 4 years, we're in it.
Look appreciably different.
Kachina reveals. We've already danced with them already for 10 years. That's tribulation.
For example, today was the fire in Irvine over the Santa Ana Mountains. I recall an 11-year-old prophecy that said black will flow and cover us with fire.
Indeed, it has. Winds were anywhere from 12 miles an hour up to 70, depending on where you were and the time of day. Certainly not the best way to contain a California fire. Anyway, the rocks here, I believe, are called xenoliths. Plasma is hit a rock that's kind of molten, and that absorbs another rock. And the top one is from Kentucky, the bottom one is from the River Thames, both sides. Both are really, really old, and both were kept by the ancients to explain what happened here between the two cities of the apocalypse. The rock to the right was carved by predecessors to the Maya and Aztecs to tell you exactly the story. I wasn't going to buy it unless it told the story of Khan, the great dark serpent god. Someone named this continent Amaruka after the land of Khan. He became an evil big brother in the book of Genesis because he killed the twins for 3 days. The letter from Mayan, C is for the species of stars of creation, A is the eye, N is the symbol for Jupiter, the little serpent, not the dragon of Revelation. He also has a triple set of claws with teeth here in the Americas. He gave teeth there, and it was flood to the one expected to close with the house, provided it was longer than did its November predecessor. The thing to remember about what is coming is that it doesn't arrive all at once. For example, right now the 3 stars of creation are gathering together. Yeah, everybody asks me, what day? I'm like, I got started a while ago. You just now notice. Sort of a wait till later. Engine. So wind is stirred up by the light, pulling it up the mountains in the morning, down the mountains. Not much later anymore. Or at least that's been my experience. Today felt just like March. The sky will now begin to roll in the presence of blue star's electromagnetic field lines. God begins to roll. Right now, they're following the rise of the red sun. Back in 2009, it was big news that our global warming crisis is being temporarily reversed by a sudden increase in cosmic rays. It had gone up a whopping 19%. So you would suppose maybe someone might have noticed the fact that this year, at least one observatory thought cosmic rays were up 976%. Imagine that! I didn't hear a word. You just have to wonder, what else are they not telling us? I heard, I did a video about it. Because you see, but it was very quietly said. Solar radiance. I did a video about it, though. And whether or not the Earth is protected depends directly on the health of Earth's magnetic field, which is about to let us down. Yeah. One of my older videos. A while back, I told you there was a Navajo legend about the day flood arrived and the people flew away. Well, I have no idea whether that was a gravity thing, a magnetic thing, high winds thing, or electrostatic attraction to be accounted for. Personally, I've seen mosquitoes stuck to a magnet, and I've seen mice and frogs levitated by magnetism, so I have no idea just how we're going to react when Earth's currents induced by the blue star and the red star join the start of creation in February 2021 and April 2022. I'm thinking it could be dramatic. Yes, sir. And I'll be wearing rubber boots. It could be dramatic. Take them rubber boots off, bro. Insurance, but I feel like flood insurance would just be a waste of time. Yeah. An uncollectible act of God, like force majeure and all that insurance. Don't get flood insurance. That, the guy told me this week that FEMA won't approve flood insurance for a guy living 1,000 feet up from the floodplain. Flood for Noah began with the exaltation of a big moon god, because the sky spun in that direction. On the Native American artifacts from Tennessee, you can see the symmetry of the planets on that fateful 17th on Halloween of minus 3105 Julian. In that second event, to the right, you can see Jupiter again described as a snake and a judge, and how he and Venus spin the sky back to normal after about 14 or 15 months after the problem began. Again, there's a Mexican stone from El Pueblo de Jalisco showing us to beware of the symmetry, such as we just saw between the blue star and the red star, between Saturn and Jupiter, and between Mars and Venus. Things could be getting underway soon. The Byzantine coin from Asilius does the same thing, only happening at early next month as the possible start date. My biggest worry this time is for our moon. The red star called Phaeton was known to appear below the moon's orbit. And if that's true, and if red star hits in our direction at Jupiter-Venus conjunction in February, well then the son of Ra and the man of the moon are going to get into a ruckus. That's one up for the little heavyweight. The moon may not be made of cheese and it may not be hollow, but it's not very big and it's not very dense. 11 years ago, an old woman in touch with the goddess wrote me to beware this time in which the forces of Revelation 12 are obviously gathering. War is increasingly likely, and I don't think the powers should be give a damn whether we're trying to hold an election.
So you need to watch your eyeballs to the
As I
sky
said
ball.
before, I'm not merely concerned
That's
with
where the
potential
show
of the creation. There's a nova or gamma ray burst nearby in the making. Either we're due for a galactic wave such as is discussed by Dr. Paul LaViolette, or the Persians were writing and competing Omega.
There ain't gonna be a galactic
or the
wave.
Egyptians were writing.
There ain't gonna be nothing for doctors to
to
say.
bark at us by the
It's gonna be
alchemists,
raw and horrid.
or the scientists are correctly worrying about Betelgeuse. Something evil this way comes at the speed of light. We just haven't seen it yet.
It's not at the
As
speed of
the
light. It's
descendants
fucking slow
observed,
train.
Raven rides Capricorn this time. And as the Armenians observed on the Dragonstone, Aries will spew fire if you get him riled up. Notice a couple of folks said to bears watching in 2021, the year of the eye. When Abraham started out from Haran, religion was all about nature. Not just one big blue star or one little red star or the sun, the whole damn thing. The dance of Orion with Aquarius, the trajectory of the blue star's polar orbit vis-a-vis the red star's equinoctial one, reverence for the tree of life, for Earth, for which zodiac animal the goddess would ride next time, reverence for the sun and moon, not just one little corner of the puzzle. Now we have a planet of 8 billion people run by blood-sucking morons intent on killing the mass of us if they no longer control or afford to feed. The sport is chaining together a Jew, a Christian, and a Muslim, handing them a sickle, a sword, and a scimitar, and saying the future depends on their little religious war. Yes, so will they go at it, or will they go after the atheists betting on the outcome? Before you run off to do better things, I would encourage you to figure out what's going on before the world changes overnight. It's like we're going to spend the rest of our lives living out every bad movie plot of space disaster, military snafu, internet hoax, and science fiction. The world to which you became accustomed died back in March, and it's not coming back. Before the lights go out, try to figure out what's going on, and then you tell others. If you're religious, study up and get prayed up. And if you're not, I suspect you will be. Noah's generation had 120 years of warning. This generation either wasn't told or wasn't listening. Well, I'm about to get busy again. I believe my 90-year-old dad and 88-year-old mom will be moving in with me since they can't agree on a nursing home and assisted living facility or trust a home care company. Maybe they're looking forward to 3 square meals a day and on top of their eldest son. I'll try to get back from time to time if I get a chance to catch up on my reading. I'll have to move the active book pile upstairs. In the meantime, try not to get too caught up in the religious fairy tales or political propaganda by antagonists running around convinced you're about to win this thing. Trust your gut. Tell your truth and know it's all about anything now. Be with the ones you love.
Prepare a little, knowing it might not be for you, but for the ones who follow. God bless us, everyone. Take care.
For the horizon, and wondering what else might be out there. His answer came in the following years, as a number of expeditions began making further advances to the mainland of the Americas itself.
I'm working on it. It's not so bad.
In 1517, an expedition led by one Francisco Hernandez de Cordova explored the coast of Mexico for the first time. They met Mayan people living here on the north coast of the Yucatan Peninsula and were impressed by their cities, which were larger than anything they'd seen in Hispaniola or Cuba. But the expedition was ill-fated. The Spaniards repeatedly ran out of water, and the Mayans, perhaps initially impressed at their guns and steel armor, quickly realized that this small group could be easily overwhelmed. They were attacked, and 50 Spaniards were killed, with the expedition leader later dying of his wounds. At this time, no one was really sure what this landmass was. Most believed it was just another large island, while others continued to maintain that it was the mainland of Asia. All they knew was that a long coast stretched out on either side, with an unknown amount of land behind it. The unlucky Cordoba expedition was followed a year later in 1518 by another, led by the Spaniard Juan de Grijalva. This time, the Spanish took greater protection. They armed their ship with small cannons called culverin, capable of shooting a 10-kilogram cannonball around 400 meters. Cortés doesn't seem to have paid much attention to these expeditions, perhaps occupied with his work in Cuba. But when Juan de Grijalva failed to return from his voyage, rumors and worries began to spread. Diego Velázquez, the governor of Cuba, put together a search and rescue party with the intention of going after Grijalva and finding out what had happened to him. For whatever reason, Cortés was chosen to lead this expedition. He wasn't the most obvious choice for it. He was relatively young, only 33 years old, and he had never led an army or commanded any kind of military post. I think it's possible Velázquez hoped that Cortés would be killed on this expedition. It might have seemed like an excellent way to get rid of this ambitious upstart.
Why do we want to get rid of him?
But despite his military inexperience, Cortés was a good diplomat and clearly had a way with words. In just 1 month, he had convinced 300 men to follow him and put together 6 ships ready for this rescue mission to the New World. There was only one problem. Before they could set off, Juan de Grijalva, the lost Spaniard who they were setting out to find, sailed back into port. He had been delayed while exploring the coast of Mexico, but he brought back some incredible stories. He had seen cities built with tall pyramids and streets paved with stone. And he had met a delegation from a powerful king who was said to live there, and who called himself Moctezuma. Despite these enticing stories, this must have taken the wind out of Cortés's sails. He now had a fully funded search party for someone who was no longer missing. And for Governor Velázquez, this was enough of a reason to pull his support for the voyage. If Grijalva had come back, perhaps it wasn't so dangerous over there at all, and the last thing he wanted was for Cortés to get the glory that came with making new discoveries. But that restless, mischievous boy had never really left Cortés, and perhaps his old love of gambling also played a part. He decided that he would go ahead with the mission anyway, that he would sail to this new land against the wishes of the governor, and discover the truth about this king across the water. Cortes gave the order to depart as soon as possible, before Governor Velazquez could stop him. Velazquez had been supplying all the food for the journey, and so they would depart with no supply. But they set sail anyway, departing from Santiago on November the 18th, 1518. According to some sources, the governor heard of Cortes's plan at the last moment and hurried down to the docks to find his 6 ships already pulling away from port. He said to have called out to him,
"Why, compadre? Is this the way you leave? Is this a fine way to say farewell to me?"
On hearing this, Cortes called back this famous reply.
"Forgive me, your worship, for this and similar things have to be done rather than thought about."
Velazquez watched as Cortes and his men set sail, but he knew they wouldn't get far. They were still drastically short on food. They sailed around the coast of Cuba for weeks, but everywhere they went, they found that Governor Velazquez had already sent orders ahead of them, telling the people of Cuba not to give any supplies to this rogue expedition. But enough people were willing to barter with them. They brought up loaves of cassava bread, beef and pork pickled in brine, salt fish and salted biscuits, along with some live chickens. They even ran into 200 men who had been on Juan Grijalva's expedition, and some assorted others who all agreed to join them. Their numbers swelled to around 630 men, and their number of ships to 11. They brought along 13 horses, which they hoisted onto the ships with a pulley and kept on deck throughout the crossing. They also brought several cannons, those same light culverins that the Grijalva mission used. They also brought dogs, large, powerful mastiffs that had been used on European battlefields for centuries. Among the men were 30 crossbowmen and 12 who carried arquebuses, an early form of musket. After weeks of going from port to port, they had enough to make the voyage across the sapphire blue waters. The invasion of Mexico had begun. Some of the main sources we have for what happens next are the so-called cartas of Cortes. These are the letters that he wrote throughout his expedition and sent back to King Charles V of Spain.
Sent to His Sacred Majesty the Emperor, our sovereign, by Don Fernando Cortes, Captain General, New Spain, in which he gives an account of the lands and provinces without number that he has newly discovered in Japan.
The letters are remarkable for a number of reasons. For one thing, they're the only set of documents that we know were written at the time of the invasion by someone who was definitely there. And they also have a remarkable literary ambition, full of detail and color. But of course, they also have their problems as historical sources. Cortes was not classically educated, and he wouldn't have been familiar with the epics of Greek and Latin. But he did enjoy reading the romances that were popular in Spain at the time. Tales of daring by adventurous knights fighting against foreign enemies. And there's something of that feeling to these documents. Cortes always casts himself in the best possible light in these letters, but his years as a notary and treasurer's clerk had also made him well versed in Spanish law. This meant that all of his accounts cast him in the best possible legal light too, usually taking pains to show that he had done everything exactly according to the law. For this reason, his letters have to be read very carefully, and with an acknowledgement that their relationship to the truth is often quite strained. On the Spanish side, we also have the memoirs of 2 of the soldiers who followed Cortes on his expedition, who wrote down their memories in the 1560s as they reached old age. One of them, Francisco de Aguilar, renounced earthly wealth and retired to a Dominican monastery, while the other, Bernal Diaz del Castillo, became a landholder in Guatemala. Both are similarly flattering accounts of the expedition's heroics, and are also confused by the more than 40 years that had passed since the event. On the Mexica side, we have no indigenous accounts from the years of the invasion, and none written before a full 20 years afterwards. But the Florentine Codex, compiled by that Spanish priest Sahagún, does include one remarkable account of those years. This is known as Book 12, and it compiles the memories of the Mexica people who survived. Like Bernal Diaz and de Aguilar, they are looking back from a distance of several decades. This means that many details are questionable, and things like the exact words of speeches given by Moctezuma and Cortez are likely not entirely reliable. But this Book 12 of the Florentine Codex is an incredible source for how the Mexica people remembered their experience of those years and the fall of their civilization. The expedition of Juan de Grijalva in the previous year had caused quite a stir in the court of the Aztec king Moctezuma. Lookouts guarding the coast had sighted the tall ships of the Spanish off in the distance. These Mexica people would have seen the tall white sails emblazoned with Spanish crosses and must have known that they were looking at something they had never seen before. The Mexica people are often portrayed as reacting with fear or disbelief at the sight of the Europeans. But we should be a little careful about these accounts. Europeans delighted in sharing stories of how the fearful Aztecs believed their ships to be floating mountains or cities moving about on the waves. People in Europe especially loved stories of how the Aztecs believed the Europeans to be a kind of god. And the soldier Bernal Diaz, writing 40 years later, embellished his stories with the idea that the Aztecs believed Cortez to be the return of the god Quetzalcoatl. Over time, these stories became more and more specific, adding in details like the fact that Quetzalcoatl was supposed to have pale skin. But honestly, there's no evidence that the Mexica ever thought that the Europeans were gods, and these stories are likely later inventions. If the Mexica ever did believe something of this sort, they quickly dispensed with the idea. They must have been astonished at the first sight of Spanish ships, and with their armor, their guns, and their horses, but they quickly assessed the reality of the situation, that these were men from a different place, whose ships were larger and whose weapons were more powerful than their own. And as their contacts with the Europeans went on, it's clear that they began to see them not as a kind of god, but as a kind of devil. At the sight of those tall white sails off the coast, the Mexica watchmen immediately paddled out on their canoes to investigate. They made a traditional sign of respect as they reached the Spanish ship, mimicking kissing the ground, and the Spanish called out to them, as the Florentine Codex recalls.
Then they embarked, launched off, and went out on the water. The water boat paddled for them. When they approached the Spaniards, they made the urgent gesture at the prow of the boat. The Spaniards called to them, "Who are you? Where have you come from? Where is your homeland?" Immediately they said, "It is from Mexico that we have come." They answered them back, "If you are really Mexica, what is the name of the ruler of Mexico?" They told them, "Oh, our lord, Moctezuma is his name."
The Mexica brought with them a collection of fine textiles as gifts, which they gave to the Spanish sailors. In return, the Spanish gave them some beaded jewelry, which the Mexica received politely, but would not have been particularly impressed by. The Spanish then left them with a promise that they would soon return. This small group of Mexica watchmen returned to the shore, obviously a little shaken by their encounter. They agreed that they would travel back to the capital of Tenochtitlan and report what they had seen. When they got there, the king himself called them into his presence. King Moctezuma would have made an imposing sight even to the Aztec nobility, and to these commoners he must have been terrifying. Many years later, in the 1560s, the Spanish friar Diego Duran interviewed an old Mexica man who had worked in the palace for most of his life. Duran asked him what the Emperor Moctezuma had looked like, and the man replied that he didn't know. In all his years there, he had never dared to look. These lowly watchmen would have come before the emperor barefoot, and would have bowed their heads when they spoke to him. Meeting his eyes would have been strictly forbidden. They gave the king the beads that the Spanish had given them, and then, as clearly as they could, they told the king what they had seen.
Then they spoke to him. O our Lord, O Master, destroy us if you will, for here is what we have seen and done at the place where your subordinates stand guard for you beside the ocean. For we went to see our lords out on the water. We gave them all your coats, and here are the fine things belonging to them that they gave us. They said, if you have really come from Mexico, here is what you are to give to the ruler Moctezuma, whereby he will recognize us. They told him everything the Spaniards had told them out on the water.
Moctezuma was clearly troubled by this news. Strange rumors had been spreading across the region for several years now. Whispers about terrifying things that had happened to the population of Hispaniola and Cuba, which lay right at the edge of the Aztec world. In 1519, a canoe of native Jamaicans had landed in Moctezuma's land, apparently refugees from some terrible destruction taking place there. A strange scent had even washed up on the shores of the Gulf of Mexico and was brought to Tenochtitlan for inspection. It contained several suits of bizarre clothes, the likes of which the Mexica had never seen before, as well as a number of jewels and a sword made of a hard grey metal. All of this troubled Moctezuma. He was a cautious and pragmatic ruler, and his first instinct was always to seek out more information before acting. He told the men to tell no one of what they had seen. He ordered them to return to the coast and establish a permanent watch, in case the strangers in their large ship returned.
Thereupon, Moctezuma gave instructions to the man of going Quetlash land, and the rest, telling them, give orders that watch be kept everywhere along the coast, at the places called Now at Land, Was at Land, and Nickland Quetlash, wherever they will come to land. Then the steward blessed, and gave orders for watch to be kept.
After that, Moctezuma summoned all his lords and showed them the beads he had been given. They all gathered round, and we can imagine the murmurs of concern passing around the group, as all of them wondered what it could mean. The days passed, and nothing more happened. The Aztec New Year soon came round, with all its celebration and ceremony, and as the year wore on, Moctezuma may have almost forgotten about the strange encounter that happened on the eastern coast. One of his favorite palace women bore him a new son. He watched performances of jugglers and dancing dwarves, both of which he loved. He heard the poets from the city of Texcoco come to his palace and read poetry about all the Aztecs' favorite subjects, the brevity of life, the valiant death of warriors, and the decaying of empires. Life in Tenochtitlan went on. But then, as the year drew to a close, another report came to him. More large ships had been sighted on the horizon, and more of them this time. He immediately gave orders for a delegation to go and meet these strangers, and to find out what they wanted. After that, King Moctezuma must have slumped down on the ornate mat that served as his throne, and lost himself in troubled thought. Cortez and his 11 ships quickly made the short crossing from Cuba to Mexico and sailed for several weeks along the coast. The ships glided over the sapphire blue waters, past overgrown sandbars and white sand beaches. He couldn't have known it, but in the early weeks of the year 1519, he sailed over the exact spot where, 66 million years earlier, the Chicxulub asteroid had impacted the Earth. Sailing at an average rate of 4 knots, or about 7 kilometers an hour, it would have taken the ship nearly an entire 24 hours to cross the vast ring of its crater, invisible beneath the waves. The weeks of sailing along the Mexican coast dragged by without incident. And then one day a watchman shouted that there was a canoe paddling out to meet them. There was a man inside it, dressed in the style of a Mayan peasant. But when he got closer, they were astonished to hear him shout out in Spanish, with tears in his voice.
Gentlemen, are you Christians? Whose subjects are you?
This was a Spanish man by the name of Geronimo de Aguilar, who had been shipwrecked 8 years earlier when trying to sail for Cuba. He was captured by the Mayans, along with 12 other survivors. The Mayan people intended to sacrifice them all, he said, but he and another man named Guerrero had managed to escape. The two of them were soon captured by another Mayan king, who kept them as slaves. His companion Guerrero quickly grew to enjoy life with the Maya, and actually seemed to prefer it to his life back in Spain. He married a rich Mayan woman and had children with her, and the Mayan king quickly took him on as a war chief. Guerrero even got tattoos in the style of a Mayan warrior. But Aguilar hated his life there. He missed Spain, and he kept his sanity by counting the nearly 3,000 days that had gone by, trying to keep track of which day of the week it was. He was always waiting for his chance to get away, and when he heard news that ships were sailing past, he slipped away and ran to the coast. One of the first things he did when he met the Spanish was to ask what day of the week it was. He discovered that in 8 years, he had miscounted by only 3. He thought it was Wednesday, when in fact it was Sunday. While living with the Maya, Aguilar had learned some of their language, and Cortez immediately saw how useful he could be as a translator. He enlisted him for the voyage, promising to take him back to Cuba when the mission was done. Soon, Cortez and his men needed to stock up on their water supply, and so they stopped off at a large Mayan town named Pontochan
who's a
which sat at the
sailor, he
mouth
should
of
be
a
able
river,
to tell about
today
what time
known as
and
the
what
Rio
day it is
Grijalva,
by the moon
after
and
the
the stars.
expedition that had come before Cortez. The locals had perhaps heard worrying rumors about the foreigners sneaking around their shores in their large ships, and they made an attempt to drive the Spanish away by force. What followed was a brief but bloody clash, Cortez's first battle in Mexico. Although there were some experienced fighters among his troop, Cortez's men, for the most part, were not professional soldiers, and neither were they particularly well trained. But they were at least capable of following orders, and they held their nerve in this first encounter. This was Cortez's first chance to try out his cannons and guns, and they had the desired effect. The Mayans soon panicked and fled. 400 of them were killed, and the Mayan chief surrendered. He handed over large amounts of gold, and he also gave Cortez a gift of 20 enslaved women who would follow his group for much of their journey. Among them, by a stroke of chance, was a woman that the shipwrecked sailor Geronimo de Aguilar had encountered during his time as a slave.
We like these Aztecs.
Her name was Malin Sin,
You don't never give
and
me
she would be
gold.
arguably
bury
one
that
of the
shit,
most
whipping
crucial
women.
factors in the fall of the entire Aztec civilization.
Oh, I could turn off my oxygen. Shove you like that.
Malin Sin is one of the most enigmatic characters in this story. She was born sometime around the year 1500, somewhere in the region where the Aztec Empire met the Mayan heartland. When she was young, her father died and her mother remarried, meaning that Malin Sin became something of a surplus child. She was sold into slavery to a group of Mayan slavers, and some sources suggest that her family even faked her death to avoid the stigma that might come with selling one of your children. The life of a slave, and especially as a woman, could be a horrific existence. When the Mayans and the Mexica went to war, Malin Sin was exchanged as part of the spoils and went from owner to owner over the years. This meant she picked up all the languages of the region, among them Mayan and the Mexica language of Nahuatl. When she was finally given to Cortez and his men as a tribute by the chief of Potonchan, she was a veritable dictionary of Central American languages. Cortez recognized her usefulness immediately. In his group, he now had Malin Sin, who spoke Nahuatl and Mayan, and Aguilar, who spoke Mayan and Spanish. This meant that the three of them were able to relay messages between them from virtually any language in the region. Malin Sin is a complicated character. We can never really know her motivations, or to what extent she freely chose to help Cortez's expedition. But Cortez later said that it's possible that without her, none of his plans could have succeeded. And she did seem to help him with an enthusiasm that went beyond the services of a slave. Perhaps it's not hard to see why. Until now, her life had been an endless chain of indignities and abuses. But now, alongside Cortez, she commanded some degree of power and respect. She could now change her fortunes, but not only that, she could burn down the very society which had crushed her for so many years. And I think she would do so with a resolve that is only explained by a desire for vengeance. With his translators in tow, Cortez could now enter into the world of Aztec politics. He could make the Mexica understand his demands, and, perhaps most crucially, he could lie. The work of destroying the empire of the Aztecs could now truly begin. Cortez sailed further up the coast of Mexico and finally settled on a landing point to the north. He wasted no time in raiding a number of native villages for food and supplies, and stole any gold he came across. From the very start, Cortes knew that he was on a potentially illegal mission. He had defied the orders of the governor of Cuba, Velazquez, and set out on his own. And he knew that there were elements among his men still loyal to Velazquez. He must have known that a mutiny was one of the biggest dangers out there in the unknown. And so one of his first acts was to scuttle 10 of his ships, ensuring that no one would be able to sneak away and inform Velazquez of his whereabouts. But he did leave one ship afloat. This he sent back to Spain, carrying a letter to King Charles V, along with a chest containing the gold artifacts he had found. Cortes knew that if he could go over the governor's head and get the blessing of the King of Spain himself, then his expedition would be legitimate. But he would have to tread a narrow legal tightrope. To give himself some breathing room, Cortes immediately founded a new town on the bare sandbank of Mexico.
Quit yelling, dude.
He called it Veracruz, or the True
How y'all
Cross.
doing?
It wasn't much of a town, likely a few tents and other temporary shelters, but Cortes furnished it with all the legal necessities, including a municipal council made up of several of his soldiers. In a legal sense, Cortes could now claim to be the governor of this town. As governor, he was empowered to act on behalf of the king, and without any orders from His Majesty, he could now decide what needed to be done himself. Only a few days after the founding of Veracruz, a group of Mexica men, dressed in the finest feathers and embroidered cloaks, arrived and announced themselves as the messengers of Moctezuma. They brought gifts of gold and insects, as well as some food. Some other Mexica men also sat among the trees overlooking the beach.
There's the mushroom we just
These
made.
were Moctezuma's finest court painters, sent with their brushes and paints to record everything they saw. Cortes met Moctezuma's delegation and listened to their words with interest. These words passed down the chain of translation to Malincin in Nahuatl, who repeated them to Aguilar in Maya, and then Aguilar translated them into Spanish.
To take.
When Cortes spoke, his words went back.
My ass. It must have taken a long time to hold these conversations. Perhaps it's fitting that the first words out of Cortes's mouth in Mexico were to be a distortion of the truth. He explained that he was an ambassador sent by his king, who ruled the greater part of the world. Cortes even told some more barefaced lies. He even claimed that some of his men were suffering from a disease of the heart, and that he had heard that the precious metal gold could be used as a treatment. He slyly asked whether King Moctezuma could help him and his sick men by giving them some gold. The ambassador from Tenochtitlan, apparently not sensing the danger, said that yes, Moctezuma had a lot more gold. Probably from that moment,
Of course he
the
did.
entire fate of the empire was sealed.
You bet it was.
Cortes decided then and there
He sold him the fuck out. There's your Benedict Arnold, huh? What up, Brood? How you doing? Oh, well, I just finished up, man. So I gotta finish up for work. I gotta do stuff. I just did stuff.
He had summoned his chief soothsayers and magicians, and was taking out his frustrations on them. After all, part of their job was to predict the future by all the means known to the Aztecs. By taking hallucinogenic mushrooms, gazing into obsidian mirrors, by casting grains of corn onto the pages of holy books, and with the mysterious tying and untying of knots. But all these methods had failed to predict the astonishing arrival of these bizarre foreigners. The priest Diego Duran later wrote down the words that people remember Moctezuma shouting at these magicians. It is your position then to be deceivers, tricksters, to pretend to be men of science and forecast that which will take place in the future.
Are you rushing me?
By saying that nothing will happen in the world. That you see what is within the hills, in the center of the earth, underneath the waters, in the caves and in the earth's clefts, in the springs and waterfalls.
Hi! Time to wake up! You almost home. Drive safe, bro. Yeah, I'm gonna chill here a little bit. This guy upstairs. I gotta take myself a bath. I gotta call mom, Angel's mom. Tell her happy birthday. It's her birthday today.
With their white sails,
Easy to remember. Hers is before mine. Oh my god.
The creatures they had brought with them, whose backs they rode on, creatures that looked like some kind of deer with no horn. Perhaps most were
horses. They were horses. Something wrong with that boy. That was all Seamus. He wanted to make sure she was barking. Getting her excited. Did you hear him? He was like, ah, egging her on. Like, oh shit. God, still ain't nobody put out any videos like John or look. Nice. Take care of 2 holidays at once, huh? Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna work tomorrow. Tonight, I think I'm gonna whoop my boy's ass in the game of chess over here. I got a glass chess set. We'll play with it. No throwing the chessboard. Yeah, I can't even see my moon tonight. Oh well. It's black as coal out there. It's warmed up a little bit. It's still actually got the snow melting some. Yeah, I know. I'm getting old. I'm moving slow. I had to finish that shit up. I still gotta go. Ah, shit! I shouldn't have took my shoes off. I still gotta go down there and turn that kiln off. I got it set at a lower temperature so it'll cool down a little bit. I ain't done yet. I wanted to check the fucking quake. I haven't seen it since it was lit up. LA is still there on the map. Yeah, we had a string of fives, high fours and five for a while. Had 6 earlier. The map's back down to. It's only down to 6 hours. Well, we rang the bell twice today, or 3 times. There's 2 still on it. Yeah, I took that trash out, dog. Didn't find it. She was laying there sleeping last night, and all of a sudden I felt the fucking there's patches trying to get in my covers. I'm like, oh my god, somebody's cold. Fucking crazy. Wake me up. Yeah, double induction. God, look at the fuckery in the front. John, isn't that cool? She's slapping up field line. Oh man, what? And that loop, the one that does the loop came around again today on the front, just miniature though. And the magnetopause has been square today. I mean, like square in the front, like severe compression. Yeah, still square in the front. And we're seeing that magnetic shit going on in the front too. Little tiny signatures coming for something. She's closing that fucking front field line. The extras like it's like she's slapping away that fucking. She's like, get out of here, get out of here. That's just crazy. And a whole lot of entanglement back behind. It's pushing, she's pushing, we're pushing, they're pushing. She has that one just kind of free floating in every now and again. She'll smack it up. Get out of here. Oh man. Yeah. Squares everywhere. There's a lot of magnets around us. Lots of magnets out there. Yes, I agree. We've been ringing. I think we're going to get another dinger. Yes, I agree. It really is nonstop anymore. You used to get a little reprieve in it. Every now and again, I still get that feeling like, it's going to go back. No, it's not. Yeah. Because oh, man. You just want to be wrong sometimes. I'd be okay with discovering fucking unified field and just fuck the moon, fuck this system, let it go away, but it just doesn't seem to want to. It's doing exactly what I thought it would, compressing our magnet and gonna pop us right out of this hole. What it looks like, I don't know. Just get ready. I think we're already halfway there, kind of thing. I mean, these things are right around us. That's why we got the Cherenkov radiation. That's why we got squaring in the magnetopause. We're seeing her close field lines in the front now, like extras, on and off. It's that's a steady thing now. Okay, so we are fucking. This is what magnetic braking looks like. This is very gentle, but it should be starting to be noticeable a little bit. And I noticed a story about Miami having flooding problems again. Hi, Robert. How are you doing? How's your mood look? My sky's black. I can't see anything tonight again. But like I keep telling everybody, after the full moon, you'll be seeing it in the morning a lot easier. You don't have to stay up all night. Shit, it's gonna be already there. The already at the top of the moon because we came around the bottom of the planet. The tilt will be evident at the 180 from 4 o'clock to 10 o'clock, and then throughout the day, it's going to keep rolling. until it reaches that 4 o'clock again sets. Tropical storm warnings in the mountains. Well, that's normal. He's like, fuck you, you're normal. Fucking, he got the hurricane going on in the mountains over there on tropical storm warnings and shit. Did you move to Florida, Tom? You just didn't know? Shit, man. Somebody moved you. No, they didn't tell you they were moving your house. You're just in Florida now. It's totally normal. it's moving a little more than that. It's not the North Pole of our planet. It's the influence of other poles on your magnet, on your hoopty here. It wiggles sometimes. And it'll turn around and point different directions sometimes. You never know. That's why I keep it right there so I can watch it. I can look at it. Be like, all right, it's chilling. It used to point this way. Now it's pointing this way, though. After they recalibrated their GPS. Remember that? They had to close down all the airports because their GPS got off. My compass is still off. How's that? They didn't recalibrate my compass. It's off by about 11 or 12 degrees. But it stayed there. It used to point out this way. Now it's pointing this way. And it stayed there. Even now, I just moved it. It went right back to fucking right here. Just now. It's really weird. I mean, that's totally normal. Jeez, keep messing up. Same things are weird. No, I noticed it about. I was actually in North Carolina when my compass started freaking. I ran down to my neighbor's. He had a GPS that was fucked up for half an hour. My shit was pointing south, and my other neighbor had transits that were off too, pointing south. He's like, "This is fucked. This is fucking 8 years ago. Shit, it's a lot stronger now. That's sure. They're right on. I mean, look at this one compared to when I started making these videos. You know, because I've been monitoring it for years before that. The difference is drastic. We were seeing the occasional CME, and then it became the daily tickle, and then it started reacting, and we started watching close field lines start to react. Planets coming, and all of a sudden, boom! There's Ra. We watched all these planets roll in for about 4 days. Ra popped. You can hear all that stuff. Yes, I know. I know, John. I know. I've been in the comments. Eric Briggs is in there commenting on my comment. But I told him, I said, what? I thought you were an astronomer. You can't follow instructions. I told you it will be at the top of the moon at about 12 o'clock in the mornings after full moon. I mean, that's pretty specific, right? I've been saying that since day a long time ago. Since I started explaining this shit about how we go up at top at night, and that's why it's at 4 o'clock. It's extended. It should never leave 6 o'clock, let alone rotate all the way to 9, but we're going to give it to 9. Fucking, but it should never leave around 6 o'clock right there this way ever. But it's rising at 4 o'clock and it sets at 10 on a full pump. But in the mornings after a full moon, you'll get more of a rotation. Like I've been saying for a long time, and it will bring it up to 12 and 1 o'clock usually. Because we've come from under the into the sun. And when you're seeing it in the sun, we're in the south. It's going to continue to roll until it sets. Now, for a week after full, you're going to see that shit all the way up top. Thank you. But yeah, you would think. I mean, dude, he's some kind of big astronomer. I would follow the instructions. I gave him instructions. I've given you guys instructions for fucking years. He's been following me around. It ain't like he doesn't know where the wind to look. I mean, I don't know. I don't know about old Eric Berg. Something wrong with that boy. But yeah, and then we've got over the last, you could go down the internet and see full moon time lapse. And over the last 6 years, you see Tycho Crater on every bit of the fucking the north hemisphere. Funny as shit. Because it'll go through cycles. Remember last year with the Big Dipper, John? It was upside down, and then it cycled out at rise. A couple months later, Eric Briggs was making videos how to find the Big Dipper. Look at this motherfucker. I break out the Big Dipper chart. Fucking guys. Oh my god. Easy with the dingy ding. God, people talking. Anyway, that was funny shit. Funny shit. Yeah, people are seeing it. People are seeing it. And they're asking questions. Hopefully he'll mention something. I went over there. I don't want to be a pest. I don't appreciate people coming to my shit, fucking posting up all over the place. I don't follow people around unless I see them asking questions. I know on a video like that, everybody's going to ask a question. They'll get one. He's already mentioned me a few times. I'm sure he'll mention why it's flipping. He should. Don't leave people hanging. That would. But I was talking to some lady. I gave her my yesterday's video. Hey, we're back up to 7 hours. And calm down. It's normal. If I was in LA, I would be San Diego. Fredericksburg. Well, there's a chart. Let me see. Fucking like it. It shows it seasonally. As per the North Hemisphere. And it'll rotate. It should. It's a polar star. But at sunset is what's critical on this map. Let's see if I can get it to copy link address. But it's at sunset. You should see the Big Dipper basically bucket up in the winter in the northern hemisphere. Let me see if that link works. Big Dipper. There you go. Bucket up in the winter, bucket down in the summer, and land on its side at the equinox. It travels like this. Winter, spring, summer, fall. No problem. That's what it should look like it's set. And sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Because of our rock and roll. We're fucking rolling all over the damn place. Yeah, it doesn't look like that anymore. That's right. It's laying on its back. Last I found it, I can't even find it anymore. My sky's kind of fucked up right around here. And it's laying low in the horizon. It's in a very odd spot. Just FYI, that's what it should look like. And like I said, I can't see anything in my sky. I just went outside and looked, so I have no idea what the Dipper's doing. Your sleep schedule a little off, Robert? Is it bright outside? Yeah, I haven't seen my sky good enough to get a good star reading for a while. I can barely see the moon. And I can't even see the light to the moon right now. I'm not even sure if it's in my sky, but it should be. It should be. Yeah, Robert, you're going to see a lot more of the UV and raw than we will because you're in the northern latitudes, much further north than I am. Is your moon still out? Actually, your moon should be still out. Can you see it? Where's Tycho? It should be visible tonight. I can't even see the moon. I thought we were going to clear out, but the sky got black. temperature, La Junta?
It's 47 degrees in La Junta right now.
It's still pretty chilly here, but not 17 anymore. Yep, full moon in a few days. Uh-oh. Drinking your coffee? Get your coffee down. I don't think it sets tonight until about 2 o'clock anyway, Robert. You're about the right time to see it set. And Tycho, like I said, should be about 10 o'clock-ish on your moon surface until after the full moon. Then it rises higher on the face. It always has, like that. Well, not always. It has recently. It just rocks and rolls and with our tilt. Aw. You didn't download, did you? Moon playlist. Oh, you've got a moon playlist. It's kind of purpled too, Matt. Imagine that. It's like a disco club, isn't it? Yeah, it's pretty telling that we've definitely got more UV in our fucking sky than anybody's talking about. It's like, what the hell's going on? Did I walk into the fucking club med or something? Fuck. Ah, see, you're up higher too. You're gonna get a better view of that night light. And it should be dark. Fuck up there near you, where you guys are in the winter time. It's just not, is it? I guess your moon's still up. Roberts might be going down here real soon. He's in the UK, I'm pretty sure. You had big waves over there. Well, Robert, I can explain why. Did you see Iswa? We're flat in the front. Our bow shock, it's like a straight shock. I was like, ew. All day it's been like that. It's, we're slowing down. Yeah, we're slowing down. That's the only thing that can mean when we're getting fucking crunched like that. You're getting big waves. Yeah, look at this one. All day it's been like that. Just square in the front. And then it kind of bows at both edges of it. But it's like square in the front with a little bow, I was like, that's new. I've seen it bounce and shit, but I've never just seen it fucking stand straight stick and just sit there with a little bit of wrinkle in it. And I'm like, wow, that's pretty telling. We've got some pressure going on there. I believe we're going to be seeing that real soon. As we got to have a sky roll back. Yeah, that's pretty. Yeah. Something exciting this way comes. Just yes. Yep. What it is, well, we'll see what happens first. How's that? I'm not sure. But I've never seen the magnetosphere looking like what it is right now. The magnetopause straight in front. and it's got a little curve on the sides. But I mean, like the front of it for a big section is like, and then you got the curve. But I mean, a big section of that shit's just squared out. It looks like a sine wave. Pretty much, it comes up and it's like bang, boom, down. I was impressed. Keep saying Mom was a good driver. Boy! Why ain't you made no popcorn? See? What? What? Daddy got to yell? The old man got to get up? The old man's got to get up. I don't want to hear anything he said. Kid. Center for Voter Information. Oh, how'd they get my address? I was like, what the fuck is this? Son! I'm going to beat him if he says what one more time. I'll take you with me. How did the Center for Voter Information get my address? I don't either. So why haven't you made popcorn? I was going to take this glass chest set, beat your ass. I don't. You got a board? We could like, oh, make popcorn. I'll kick your ass. I'm going to take a bath. Bath? Yes. Okay, maybe a shower. I'll fall asleep. What'd you miss? Nothing. I'm done working. Turned off my oxygen. We talking about the moon flippity flipping. John's got a playlist up there about the moon. You got a moon playlist. I gotta go wash my Cobra and whoop my boy in a piece of chest over here with a glass chest set. I'm gonna whoop his ass. We're gonna play with some high class fucking shit tonight for a little glass chest set of mushrooms. And oh, you hear it? We're gonna eat pop. I'm gonna have an evening with the kid, probably wrestling around, fighting with the dog, because they get excited when they don't get all the love. Patch is probably gonna step on our chessboard at some point. Show it. But it'll be fun. I can hear he's working on popcorn right now. Make butter in. Good kid. I'm gonna go take a shower. So you guys keep your eye on the skies, and I'm gonna get some sleep tonight, and we will do this again tomorrow. I'm gonna try and get myself a little bottle of liquor because it will be my birthday tomorrow. But I gotta call people for the turn. But don't start who off. Oh shit. Ask me a question, TK. We may have fucking Grig go down tomorrow and you never get your answer. What are you doing, boy? Yeah. What are you doing? Stupid dog! Oh, oh. She got issues. Patches? Yes, she has issues. Is that your question? She got issues. She's broken. Doctor says she's broken. You, dog! That's when the door closed. What, did TK leave? What the fuck? Did you leave, TK? Look, you still got a half hour before it's at 8 o'clock or 8-hour session. So I'll tell you what, you got 2 minutes. What's your question? Here we go. Well, I never went through the Bermuda Triangle. I wouldn't know. I lived in it. I'm like Key West and shit, damn near it anyway. But no, I've never been in the Bermuda Triangle. I don't know. It would be interesting. I mean, if anything at all would be taken differently, they'd probably be set on like a condition to where they would be like on a readiness condition, maybe have half the portals closed, go down to a Y condition, hit it instead of X. Zebra, you close that shit down. You go fucking lights out, close your ship down, you're in the fucking lock it down. Then you become a bobber out there. But no, I don't know. I don't know. I never sailed through the triangle. No, I've only seen what everybody else sees, from the Bermuda thing. I've never really looked into it too much. Well, I would be curious to know if there is a different policy for cruising through there. Might be. You might just avoid the damn place for the most part. I don't know. That's a good question. Well, there we go. 7. I'm out. Y'all have a good night.